Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Today is November 7th, 2024. We welcome you to the November 7th meeting of the Milford Board of Aldermen. Please join me as we salute our flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Yes, sir. Madam Secretary, will you please take the roll?
Alderman Archiola. Alderman Beatty.
Present.
Alderman Bevan. Here. Alderman Casey.
Here.
Alderman Federico.
Here.
Alderman Fowler.
Here.
Alderman Healy.
Here.
Alderman Jenkins. Here. Alderman Marlowe.
Here.
Alderman Morenin.
Here.
Alderman Picelli.
Here.
Alderman Smith. Here. Alderman Vitro. Here. Alderman Vitale. Alderman Willis.
Here.
14 are present.
14 present. We do have a quorum. Thank you, Madam Secretary. Next portion of the meeting is devoted to public comment. Statements are strictly limited to the legislative function of the Board of Aldermen. Please use every effort to limit public speaking to the permissible business of this Board of Aldermen. The time limit granted to each speaker shall be 3 minutes. Residents, taxpayers, and electors may address the board at this time. The board encourages speakers not to express derogatory, insensitive, or offensive statements or to encourage personal attacks against individuals. In order to allow everyone an opportunity to speak, I ask that everyone please limit their comments to 3 minutes. Please keep in mind that the structure of our meeting does not allow for two-way dialogue during public comment or to answer any of your questions. Residents can contact their district alderman by phone or by email regarding any issue or concern for the purpose of obtaining general information or guidance on what the city agency may be of any assistance. We welcome and appreciate your comments and opinions regarding city business and community matters. All your concerns will be taken into consideration. We thank you for your cooperation, and anyone wishing to address the board can do so at this time. Please state your name and address clearly for the record and for the secretary. Thank you.
Good evening, Scott Montfort, 39 Baker Street, Milford, Connecticut. Good evening, Alderman. I'm here in my opposition to the beautification project downtown. I love Milford. I'm not against beautification. I think there's a lot that we could do for the city of Milford. As you know, I spent countless hours coaching baseball downtown with Junior Major League. The project is going to put a road between our baseball field behind the library, between the tennis courts, pickleball courts, and our Bernard Field, which currently the road wraps around by the library, around Fowler, and then comes back around. The problem, my biggest concern about that roadway is children's safety. If you've ever been down there, you'll know that if one kid is playing baseball and the little brother or sister is playing and they're playing out in that grass area where the band is, where the band goes out in that grass area, then they go over to the playground, there's gonna be a road there now. So now those kids have to cross the road. The road's gonna be straight. There's gonna be trucks, cars, boats going much faster straight down to get over. They're gonna redesign everything, but it's still gonna be a problem. The other concern I have is the foul balls. I was there in the summertime, there's always foul balls going out there. How are we gonna stop the foul balls? Somebody says put up a net. Who's paying for the net? We can't afford the net, and the city, from what I understand, can't afford the net either. Also, many years ago, when I first started with the league back in the 90s, we wanted to put nets up along that access road between Francis and Bernard. We couldn't because they were concerned about the birds and the bird sanctuary going into the net. And that's fine, we kind of dealt with getting the balls out of the woods. The problem now, we're gonna put up a net, so if you're concerned about the birds, now the net's gonna be a problem. The thing I'd like to see is the fence that we were promised last year You know, half the fence is being redone. Little League got the fence redone. Pickleball's are a new fence. Half our fence is still the old fence. We were promised a new fence. I mean, we're living with it now. It's not the end of the world. But if anything, I'd like to see all that fence be redone. The other problem, and I'll keep it into 3 minutes, is if you ever try to dig down there, it used to be the harbor. And if you dig down deep, there's a lot of water. So, you know, that may create some problems. It may increase the cost. I don't know. But again, I'm all for making this city beautiful, and I spend a lot of hours and I get involved as much as I can. But I think this is going to be a problem. And I'd rather talk about it now, because when there's problems, you know, I might have to come back here and bring this back to the board. So I thank you for your time. I thank you for your service. And thank you very much. I'm a little out of commission, but I'm there.
Good evening, Carrie Rowland, 161 Beach Ave. I'm one of the registrars of voters, and we are here tonight to advocate for that position. And we want you to know that we will stay here as long as needed to answer any questions that you may have when you start to deliberate on the ordinance that was passed earlier.
Deborah Fellenbaum, 182 Forest Road, and I would like to recognize the poll workers that we have with us tonight. Would they stand, please? I'd also like to say that Carrie and I are working on their payroll this week. We've barely had time, but they will be paid for the services that they rendered for this election. They all did a great job. They worked many hours. Elections are very hard. They were trained. We trained them. We set up early voting. We did it all. Everyone was paid except us, and we are asking for compensation. Thank you.
Thank you.
John Olive, 8 Ocean Avenue. Good to see you all again. My comments tonight will be brief, but Mr. Mayor, I wanted to thank you for attending our inaugural Wildermere Beach Association meeting a few weeks ago. Alderman Mulrennan, thank you for attending. Your presence, Mr. Mayor, really energized our community. I know many of us called you the next day to thank you, but I wanted to be here in person to thank you, and to thank you, Holly, also for showing up. It means a lot to have your support. And as you could see from the meeting, the major animating factor in our neighborhood is the beach erosion. We heard you loud and clear, Mr. Mayor, that you need support from the community regarding state delegation. I've been asked to come here tonight to let you all know that many people in our community have grown up with Representative Frank Smith. My neighbor across the street knows U.S. Congressperson DeLauro. If we need to do that, you know I've been in touch, Mr. Mayor, with Senator Maroney. We're here to help. We're going to ask you tonight to make a formal submission of the permit for the Dune project. We know you said you'd find the funds for that, Mr. Mayor, and we thank you for that. To that end, I'd like to introduce a member of our board who has unique perspective. Carolyn Walker's 5th generation Milford resident who's lived a block away from the beach. Her family compound at the bottom of Ocean Avenue and Broadway has been there since the 1800s. You can see her mother swimming in the Sound morning and evening, most days when it's warm, and her father out in the yard working sun up to sundown. I'm going to introduce Carolyn.
Thanks, John. Carolyn Walker, 285 Broadway. I don't know if our property is a compound, but I do live right next door to my parents. I do represent the Wildermere Beach Association. We did hold a meeting on October 22nd. And again, I thank Holly, I thank the mayor for being there. It was really wonderful to have you there. At that meeting, there were more than 90 residents with us, and that's quite a lot of a community. The Wildermere Beach community is somewhere between 600 and 750, something like that, residents. So to have 90 was incredible. The hot topic that night was beach erosion. That is why people came out to that meeting. And I am here to formally request that the 2017 berm or dune project be pursued. The permit for that project, the funding for that project, as we understand, there's not a lot of money that needs to be found to continue that project and get it back off the ground again. In the meantime, we as residents of Wildermere Beach would like to see as many options considered and pursued as possible, right? That berm project is a long-term project, and we have a very short-term critical issue at our beach. So we would like to see all the options be considered and put on the table. And we here, as an association, are here to help you and do whatever we can to keep moving this forward. Thank you very much.
Good evening, all. My name is John Romano. I live at 12 Ocean Avenue. I'm also a member of the Wildermere Beach Association. I've been a resident here. I have my home here since 2006. I'm familiar with being on a board from where I came in the northern part of the state of Connecticut. We have a lot of concern with the beach area. Milford has a beautiful beach line. And we draw a lot of people, a lot of attention to it. We saw a lot of attention coming to our area during the COVID situation. The erosion continues to get worse. Well, my look at it would be to bring you the information to your meetings, to see where we're going, what we're looking to achieve, and what we're going to be looking to the Board of Aldermen to help us do. It's a big concern. I think you would agree that the beach line is a place that we want to keep pristine, keep it going. But erosion is just something, it's a fact of life, it's happening, and there's nothing more that we can do. If we sit back, it's just going to get worse, and it's going to be very difficult, especially for those who live right on the water. So again, thank you very much for all you do as the alderman, and I look forward to speaking with you in the future and bringing you information that hopefully will be helpful to help you make decisions on what we're looking to accomplish. Thank you.
Good evening. Ariana Orozco, 364 Whalers Farm Road. I live here in Milford, but I work in the office of the Secretary of the State, so I have some background information on all that Connecticut's registrars have done in 2024 and what's coming up in the future. In addition to running a smooth election day, registrars across the state made it possible for over 740,000 people to vote early, safely, and securely. In addition to hours of training and the recruitment and training of new poll workers, early voting included 180 hours of poll time just for the general election in November, not to mention the 2 primary elections held earlier this year. Record keeping takes on an added importance when dealing with voter registration and ballots in such large numbers, and none of this work can simply be dialed in. Although most of the early voting training won't need to be repeated, the workload is not expected to decrease in the future. In 2025 and 2026, there are several projects which will require an additional investment of time. New tabulators, which registrars and their poll workers will need to be trained on, a brand new voter registration system, a new election management system. New election auditing procedures are likely to be passed by the legislature in 2025, and the statewide ballot question just passed, which will mean changes to the absentee ballot law, and it remains to be seen if registrars will have a role to play in that. In addition, registrars are doing more to stay up to date with the latest security needs, keeping up with information put out by the EISAC focused on election integrity, participating in cyber hygiene best practices, and joining monthly calls with our office to receive important training information. Many registrars are getting more questions from the public and more FOIA requests than ever before. So I know I'm thankful for all that our registrars do, and I hope that you recognize this as well. Thanks.
Good evening. My My name is Cindy Sissick, and I'm from 63 Granville Avenue. Probably don't know where that is, but that's okay. It is important that the Registrar of Voters are recognized for their vision to implement a process that allowed 14,699 people to vote early. For the voter, it was easy, efficient, and secure. The registrars were present and available to answer all questions, faced the scrutiny from voters who were concerned about privacy and security, and they together in a nonpartisan effort made sure that all eligible voters were given the opportunity to vote. This ordinance about registrars of voters is symbolic of the commitment our community wants to make toward accessible elections, as voters will now have the choice to vote early, in person or by mail or on election day. And we need professionals, certified and trained registrars like Carrie and Deborah to lead all of us into the future with their vision and attention to every detail. Please show your commitment to our democracy and elections by compensating this position for the reality of ours. They now work to hold elections in the high standards they have set for the city of Milford. I recommend the salary for both registrars to be $56,914. That's all I got to say. Thank you.
Hi, Alderman. My name is Wendy Terenzio. I'm at 24 Art Court, Milford, Connecticut. I am here also for the Registrar of Voters process and salary increase. I can say as a worker for most of those 14 days and on election day itself, it was the most well-run process I've ever seen and worked for in any company. So I give them many kudos, and they deserve so much more than they are making, for sure. And I would just like to reiterate, as everyone has mentioned, that it is important that the registrars of voters are recognized for their vision to implement this process that allowed 14,699 people to vote early. For the voter, it was easy, efficient, and secure. Absolutely. The registrars were present and available to answer questions, face the scrutiny from voters who were concerned about privacy and security, and they together in a nonpartisan effort made sure that all eligible voters were given the opportunity to vote. This ordinance about registrar of voters is symbolic of the commitment our community wants to make toward accessible elections. Voters will now have the choice to vote early, in person, or by mail, or on election day. And we need professional, certified and trained registrars like Carrie and Deborah to lead all of us into the future with their vision and attention to every detail. So I ask you to please show your commitment to our democracy and elections by compensating this position for the reality of hours they now work to hold elections in the highest standard they have set for the city of Milford, and that amount would be at $56,914. Thank you for your consideration.
Good evening, board members. My name is Kathy Patterson. I live at 514 West River Street in Milford. I stand here in opposition of the proposed road construction that they want to have behind Milford Library. As a resident, I find it to be a pressing safety issue for our children and our residents who gather to use the field, the pavilion, the tennis courts. Also, keeping in mind that the neighborhood that will go in intact, we want to keep that intact and away from harm's way. Safety should always be our main concern. We need to protect our residents and neighbors as part of our Milford's responsibility and to preserve the heart of Milford. I only heard about this about 3 o'clock this afternoon from Coach Scott. And in 3 hours, I have a petition I'd like to present to you with 56 people on it with their addresses. May I have permission to approach? Thank you, and I hope you'll look for the best for the citizens of Milford.
I'm going to convene the Rules Committee because I don't know if that's allowed.
Good evening. I'm Pat Delvecchio at 56 Mark Street. I'm here to talk about the ordinance for the Registrar of Voters. I have to congratulate Carrie and Deborah for the outstanding bipartisan process they and the staff developed and implemented on those days. But it's not only about them. It's also about me and what I experienced firsthand as I worked 11 of the 14 days and at Foreign on Election Day. Full 9-hour, 13-hour, and 15-hour days. That's important to know because they were there before me and they were there much later after I left. Not counting all of the hours they put in to just develop it, to run it through, to practice it. That's an incredible amount of dedication and service. It now comes down to you. It's about whether you value that kind of service. It's about whether you want that kind of an election for Milford. And if you want to also have that kind of commitment to the kind of service and voters that we have here. I would hope that when you look at the ordinance, that you absolutely look at the amended amount and that you make sure that they are fairly compensated for all of the extra hours these new laws are putting in. Not only for the early voting, but there's going to be a whole nother process now with the mail-in that everybody can do. This is extremely, it's complicated and it is important. You should also know that in all those hours that I put in, I heard only good things about how smoothly it ran and how carefully it was done and how reassured our voters were. Because in this world, voting is not an easy thing and it is not guaranteed to be non-disruptive. Ours was so smooth, easy, dedicated, and absolutely secure. I thank you for your time, and I ask you to have the same dedication.
Good evening, Alders. My name is Sharon Capetta. I live at 137 Ford Street, and I am proud to serve as an election worker. I've been doing it since I was 18 years old. I am now proud to serve in my adopted hometown of Milford. You know, as we work the polls, voters thank us for our service. And I can't help but feel that we need to thank them for showing up. And I've met and made friends at the polls during these long hours, friends who share both a deep commitment to our electoral process and a tremendous sense of gratitude to those who lead us in this work. I was surprised and honestly dismayed to learn of the compensation levels of the registrars of voters in our dear Milford. Makes me wonder why do they do this? As with election workers, I would guess that registrars are not motivated by compensation. At the same time, does that mean that public service should not be compensated in a reasonable manner? Public service should mean that a significant portion of your compensation is the noble satisfaction of volunteering. These are highly knowledgeable professionals who are not easily replaced. It is their professionalism, their knowledge, their integrity, and their commitment to free and fair elections that contributes to the public confidence in our participatory democracy. Let us amend the compensation structure to reflect this solemn role. Thank you.
She's a graduate student and not a nurse in research.
Hi, I'm Arlene Willis. I live at 46 Windy Hill Road. I'm also here about the compensation for the registrars of voters. I'm asking that you consider an appropriate increase in their compensation. As we all know, they're responsible for a lot of duties, a lot of responsibilities, and just to boil it down, voter registration, maintaining the voter lists, and conducting elections, which includes hiring and training poll workers. And as you've heard, of course, about early voting, it's been implemented, and they must work many more hours to ensure that the requirements of early voting are met. Obviously, a huge undertaking. I've worked as a poll worker for many years, and I can attest that Deborah and Carrie are invaluable assets to the city of Milford. They do what needs to be done to ensure that the laws are followed and our elections run efficiently, smoothly, and with integrity. Very important. On Tuesday, the voters approved the no excuse absentee voting. That'll add work to their workload, which means more hours that they need to spend to get the work done. Again, please consider approving an appropriate amount of compensation for our registrars of voters that takes into consideration the high quality of their work and the many hours they put in beyond what their current salary covers. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Lauren McCann, and I'm at 18 Point Lookout in Milford. I'm from the Aquajet Swim Club, and it's unfortunate that I need to be here tonight fighting to keep my program's head above water. Last June, before we had an attorney, we proposed an increase in our rent, recognizing that the old fee arrangement had not been adjusted for many years. The Recreation Department never responded to that offer. Instead, in August, they proposed that our hourly pool fee should be consistent with a similar program offered by the Orange Community Pool. We provided another proposal to the Recreation Department, agreeing to pay the same rate as Orange, but adjusted the rate to account for the fact that Orange has 8 lanes and we only have 6. The adjustment comes out to $23 per hour. In addition, we agreed to pay $30 an hour for our adult fitness swim program. Further, we agreed to reduce the total number of hours per month from 182 hours to 130, which equals 52 hours less per month. Yesterday, the city attorney rejected the proposal to the Recreation Department. They want us to pay a monthly fee in excess of our monthly income. The Recreation Department is drowning our program. We offered in good faith to pay the following: 99.5% more than what we are paying now. To use the pool 52 hours fewer per month. To pay 86% of our gross proceeds. To pay over $40,000 a year, and they rejected it. After we provided the city with our financial records, they are still demanding $1,000 more per year than we bring in per year, and they know it. Which makes me ask, what is the real goal here? Why would the Recreation Department be so intent upon making us fail? What is the agenda if not to destroy the Aquajets? Why are they drowning a program that has been successful in helping babies through the elderly in Milford for over 37 years? Why are they drowning a program that has offered more than reasonable compromises, hourly rate increases, and the reduction of pool hours? Is this really what is best for the citizens of Milford? Even if we could pay twice what they are asking, it could never cover the operational costs of the pool. Pools are, by definition, never money makers. If we are to define the success of our 40-year program by the profit it has made, then it is not a success. But if we are to define it by the way it has touched and improved the lives of thousands of children and parents alike, by the way it has built confidence in children, taught them to reach for excellence, provide them with tools that they can use the rest of their lives, then that is success. I come to you tonight to ask you to look beyond the dollars and cents, as the city has done for every other sports program in Milford. We have offered to pay more than our fair share, more than ARAC in Orange with an 8-lane pool who has 3 times the number of swimmers as we do. But the Recreation Department is trying to pull us under, and the Aquajets will not survive unless you throw us a lifeline. We are asking the mayor, the city attorney, and the Recreation Department to accept our last proposal. So I ask you, do you want to be known for being responsible for destroying a 50-year-plus community serving program, or be known for becoming part of the solution to help it continue to flourish? Thank you for your time.
Hi, good evening. I'm Edward Segan, 31, right off New Haven Avenue. And Mr. Vitale. I've had the blessing of working the polls for 11 years now, with my father, Alan Segan, and under the leadership of both Deborah and Carrie, respectively. Let me put it clear. Kind of a hot take, but I don't trust the process as a whole. I don't think there's any foolproof solution to not rig elections 100%. And if I'm the only one who voices the concern, so be it. At least it was heard. Don't get me wrong, the process for early voting was completely organized, and I was briefly a part of it. Again, no process is foolproof. Even though you open source the code, people can and will still take advantage of it. My concern falls with the integrity of the system as a whole for the future going forward. In my opinion, again, I think everyone did wonderfully. While you may not be able to control this at a local level, my solution I offer is to allow Election Day to be a federally recognized holiday and one day only. It has seemed to me over the years, if Election Day is so important as people claim it is, make it so they have no excuse to not follow up on that principle, hopefully eliminating mail-in ballots as well. Better yet, I'm of the opinion of a blank issued piece of paper on voting day, wherein you need to physically write down the name of the candidate you're voting for, as well as what party they're affiliated with, as this would hopefully encourage voters to know the names of those they elect and put in power, as well as demonstrate their spelling ability, and to hopefully get to know who they're voting for rather than just on a whim. We have progressed and progressed in the sake of progressing, instead of allowing common sense and originality to have its day. Lastly, if it were up to me, bring back voting booth machines in their entirety, even if I was only briefly around to help pull the levers as a young child voting in the gymnasium at Live Oaks Elementary with my parents. Thank you.
Good evening, Board of Aldermen. My name is Manish Gupta, and I'm here with my son Jigyansh Gupta in support of EcoJet program. Rather than me talking, I let my son talk how he feels about EcoJet and why it is so important, critical for us to have this and retain this program.
Hello, Board of Aldermen. My name is Jigyansh Gupta, and I live at 96 Acorn Lane. I've been swimming for almost 7 years at McCann Natatorium as part of Miss Lauren's swim team, the Aquajets. The swim environment plays a major role in many families, mine included. It teaches people from ages 2 to 10 how to swim, and as they grow, it uses those swimming skills to help them grow in swimming and showcase their skills in meets. This natatorium also serves as a place for the elderly to maintain their health as they grow. This home for swimming is a place where many teens learn discipline and responsibility. Some teens in high school teach others who are younger than them to swim, improving their own teaching qualities and refining their own swimming skills, while getting volunteer hours required for high school. This natatorium isn't just a home for swimming, it's a home for friendships too. At my practice, I've met multiple other swimmers, and I became good friends with them. And I may not understand all of the legal stuff, but all in all, I know for a fact that this natatorium is a symbol for swimming and friendships, and that's why I support Miss McCann, her natatorium, and the thriving society that is being led by Miss Lauren. Thank you.
My name is Megan Doyle. I live at 112 West Town Street, and thank you for the opportunity to speak this evening. I fully support that our registrar of voters receive a pay increase which compensates them justly for the work that they've achieved. Have never worked an election, but I am a voter, and I've been on a ballot, so it's important to understand how valuable our registrars are to our community. I'll tell the story of how Carrie and Deborah came to Quinnipiac Law School at a Zoom meeting to educate lawyers on how an election is run as a registrar of voter. And I was astounded at the number of steps it took to verify every single ballot and the time and energy for every one of those. And to know that 14,000 people came and showed up on early voting is astounding. The amount of effort and time and dedication. And one thing I will say about our registrars is they're constantly willing to educate. And if we can provide education, we can defend any argument that we did not have fair and free elections. And then, so I fully support that. And then on a second note, I live on 112 West Town Street. If you didn't know, it's probably one of the busiest streets in the city of Milford. There is constant traffic on it. I walk every single day downtown, around the green, to the ballparks, to the harbor, every day I see it. And what is a constant issue, as a real safety issue, is the number of cars that speed excessively through our downtown area and refuse to stop for crosswalks. So if we can paint all the crosswalks so that they are clear. I know we've done a great job of restriping and putting in the new streets, which are amazing and good to have. However, it doesn't mean anyone stops. So any type of education that we can do to remind individuals that there are 20 cars passing and a person standing and the pedestrian has the right of way is always beneficial. So I know that there is always safety concerns, and as we have a lovely downtown, I think it's important that we maintain the safety for everyone in the community when they are using our shops, using our ball fields, and our harbor. And thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Hi, my name's Cheryl Smith, 53 Pomona Avenue in Milford. I am here regarding the baseball fields. I'm the grandmother of an 8-year-old who plays behind the library. Any given day during the season, if you go back there, cars are speeding through there. It is insane. It's an accident waiting to happen. If we are going to change that road, kids are going to be getting picked off left and right. I am sorry. You've got to think of the children. It's great getting the boats in there. We have a beautiful harbor. We all know this. Kids are more important. The cars can do what they've been doing. Go around the other way, go in. Don't try to get them to cut through where the children are playing. You've got 3-year-olds playing baseball all the way up to, middle school. You're going to have kids running in and out. Somebody is going to get hurt. And we cannot afford that as a city. God forbid a child gets killed. So please think before you try to change that, because our kids are more important than parking a darn boat. Thank you.
Thank you for staying so long. I guess I lost my speaker here. My name's Ann Berman, 77 Pelham Street, and I want to thank the mayor for bringing up the fact of having the cameras to see if we can start introducing the idea that we need to have a safer town, and the driving is so horrendous. And I just found out that that's only the first step. And as a member of the Environmental Concerns Coalition, I hope that we can help in the whole process of changing also the pattern of driving with with changes in the design of the roads. And thank you very much for all your time on this. Thank you.
Ken Fellenbaum, 182 Forest Road. I'm here to speak about, you might guess, the Registrar of Voters compensation. Full disclosure, my wife is Deborah. I got her involved some years ago as a checker, and she worked her way up. And the last number of years has been with Carrie, one of the registrars. Rose Scarpa swore me in as an assistant registrar back in 1984. And I can tell you that the work of the registrar's office has greatly increased since 1984, and especially in this last year with the early voting. And so in addition to speaking in favor of compensation for the registrars, I would like to also plant a thought that there needs to be additional staff beside the current deputies and the other workers that are there in the office, Justin and Bev. The deputies, Joyce and Laura, are excellent. And they all work together, by the way. You can be very proud of Milford, how we work together, and also with the city clerk over here and Karen before that. One of the phone calls that I often heard during this past couple of weeks, and people would call in and they're listening to situations around the country where there's issues, and I would say to them, this is Milford, and in Milford we do things right, and you can be very proud of that. So I would just encourage you to think about not only the compensation for the registrars, but also additional staff as you go forward. One of the things I often say to Deborah, she's going out the door, pace yourself. I also encourage her to delegate, but to delegate, you got to have somebody to delegate to. Some of you may remember that I was the CEO of Boys and Girls Village. When I first got involved there were 2 programs, over 50 people on staff. When I left, there were 13 programs and 175 people. I could never manage that operation on 4 different locations without a good staff of people. So you've got to have staff, you got to have people that you can delegate to. Everything rises and falls in leadership, but you got to have also people that you can trust in and delegate to. Thank you for your consideration.
Hi, Dominic Cotton, 60 Corona Drive. I guess I'm here for 2 things. I didn't realize I was going to be here for 1, but that's all right. For our register of voters, you know, I've been to a number of different municipalities this last election during early voting with the clients that I work with. And I can honestly say the efficiency and the accuracy and the way that the voting was conducted in Milford was above the other municipalities. I love the fact that they put a little tag on my envelope when I voted early with my name, information, so that there were no issues that could come along with that. So they didn't do that in other municipalities. So I know that's the level of thoughtfulness that our registers of voters put into this election, and the integrity that they want to hold within that to make sure that every vote is counted correctly, and that hopefully we get the same outcome that we would wish for, but you know, those things differ from party to party. The other thing that I'm here to speak about is Founders Walk. I know that this has been a multi-year project. I know that I have been to some of the stakeholder meetings that were conducted, I want to say a year or 2 ago, which everybody had an opportunity to speak out. I know I did take a look at the plans. I know that they're going to be eliminating, you know, the side, the roadway that goes down currently. But it's not a straight shot that goes from Shipyard Lane over to the harbor. It's actually curved with a stop sign on it, and it also has raised walkways. So I know there was a lot of thought put into this project. I know there were a lot of people who had an opportunity to speak out and give their input on this, and that input was taken in on it. So I just wanted to reassure you that I know I participated in that, as well as a multitude of other people did, and their concerns were listened to, and they were put into this plan. And you know what? I think it will be a beautiful project for Milford, and I think it is going to improve our downtown as we continue to grow and build. Thank you.
Bonnie Peloso, 24 Lakeside Road. I'm speaking for the special ordinance for Deborah Feldemam and Carrie Rowland. After working several days on the presidential election, I saw how incredibly hard they worked to organize the election. I know I was tired after working 12 hours on election night. As we came in 5th in the state for electors coming out to vote, the process was a great success because it was so organized and voters loved it. Because of hard work of Deborah and Carrie, staff, and all the workers, we didn't have huge lines after 8 o'clock like Bridgeport and other cities. As voters, we now have the choice to vote in person on the day of the election, if not registered, early in person, or by mail with an absentee ballot, which has just been passed, that is going to be open to everybody. This requires the need of professional, certified, and trained registrars like Carrie and Deborah to lead all of us into the future with the years of experience, vision, and attention to every detail. For all the hours worked, weekends and evenings, they should be compensated accordingly. Thank you.
Hello, I'm John McCann from 18 Point Lookout here in Milford. And my wife and I were the original founders of the Aquajet Swim Club, and this is over 50 years ago. And I just wanted to mention one point that I think is extremely important regarding the club. We have swimmers of all abilities and so forth, but our emphasis is on the new swimmers coming in and the fact that they get individual attention. So when they're getting swimming lessons, they are in the pool, one swimmer with one instructor. They're not in a group where they could get lost in the crowd. So I just want to make that point clear. It may not be clear, but this could be a terrible loss to the city of Milford if the Aquajet Swim Club were put out of business because of high prices and cutting hours and things like that. So I appreciate your consideration when this should come up before you for consideration to keep us going and keep us active, and the community will appreciate you. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Lawrence Zazara. I live at 53 Whipper Walk Drive. I'm here also to talk about the registrars of voters. I just want to add my voice to the high praise for both Carrie and Deborah, but also I would like to give a shout out to the office that works for them. So the office workers there, their assistants and their colleagues are highly courteous and very professional. And it's a reflection of the leaders, but it's also a demonstration of their dedication for the service. In terms of the compensation, I think I want to keep it simple. Back of the envelope plus a detailed accounting by the registrars. If they work 50% more than their contracted hours, they should get 50% more compensation. Last point was made by a gentleman at the committee meeting earlier, so I don't get the credit for it. It's also, if you want qualified candidates for when it's time for either Carrie or Deborah to find something else, if you want qualified candidates, you need appropriate compensation. That's all I have. Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Karen May, 17 Midwood Road in Milford. I've been working as a poll worker for several years, but because of this early voting, I got the chance to work in the registrar's office, helping to sign people up that were new. I was blown away by the amount of work that these two ladies and the other deputies and helpers in the office have. The paperwork is staggering. The questions they answered were endless. They did it with a smile on their face. They never complained. And I agree with everything everyone else has said. My thoughts went to, supposing these two ladies say they don't want to do it anymore. It would be impossible to find anybody with their integrity and knowledge to replace them at the salary they're getting. Even the salary they're asking for isn't enough, but I'm sure that it would be better than nothing. So please consider what gems we have in the office at the Milford Registrar's office and give them the compensation they deserve. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Joe Simoncek. I live at 61 Governors Avenue. I just wanted to give a quick note for the automated traffic enforcement. I think, you probably hear a lot of complaining about traffic through the years, but I think you agree since the pandemic, things have just taken a whole another level of people just not driving safe at all. And I think this is a thing that the police has said that they would like to have, and it would help their job a lot, and I think we should just support them and move forward with this ordinance. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Carol Thomas, 84 Thompson Street. I'm here to talk about Phase 2 of the Founders Walk. Right now, the road comes in and passes by in front of the library. What I heard from Senator Maroney is that children are coming out of the parking lot and running to the library and almost getting hit by cars. My answer to that is you're only going to change the problem from the library to by the playground, because that's where this is proposing the road to go. All the kids getting out of the parking lot have to now cross a road that I believe is 32 feet wide, which is as wide as New Haven Avenue, to cross to the playground, to the basketball courts. I don't know if any of you have ever gone down there and seen a basketball game during Hoops at the Harbor, but that's where the parents stand. The parents stand and cheer their children on from right where the road is supposed to go. It's not a good idea. It's not safe for our children. I can't express to you how unsafe it is. When streets are built, they put curves in streets to slow the traffic down. This is going to be a straightaway. This is going to be Milford Speedway. Let's not let that happen. Let's take action. Let's do something about it. Let's consider our children's safety first. It might be beautiful, sure, but just make improvements on what's there now. You don't have to reinvent the wheel. Just do what's right for the kids. Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Again, John Drapp, 41 Jackson Drive. I tried to wait till the end, hoping that it didn't seem like I was just up here when I spoke at the Ordinance Committee. But I am here for three things now. One, and most importantly, is the salary of the registrars. I'm not going to repeat everything I said, but in an email exchange that I had with City Clerk Smith, I believe as of Monday or Sunday, we were number 5 in the state for early voting statistics, or turnout, I should say. And I'm not sure if this changed, but I know Registrar Rowland indicated to me on Tuesday we might have moved up to number 4. Again, I think that is in large part to the registrar's office, particularly because one of the conversations I had with the city clerk was that which, believe me, I get all kinds of complaints in my position, as I imagine you all do. Not one complaint about the process. In fact, not only no complaints, significant accolades for the ease and efficiency of the process. And I think that that is due in large part to our registrar's office. And there was a speaker earlier that said, we want to make sure we know what's going on. And in fact, someone said to me that they didn't have to be there. I don't know if that's true or not, but I got to tell you, even if they don't have to be there, I want them there. And all of you should want them there. Because we just had an election, which means, guess what? There's another election upon us already. And I'm sure some of you have already started to have the internal discussion. Are you running next year? Because if you are, you all have a vested interest, as do we all, in the integrity of our voting process. And those two ladies make sure that that's what we have. Milford is a beacon for what an efficient registrar's office would be, and I think they're entitled to be compensated accordingly. Beyond that, I'm not going to reiterate things that other speakers have said, but the street reconfiguration down at the field, that is a bad idea. And also in discussing it with Alderman Smith, who happens to be one of my aldermen, I think he's going to raise these points, but the street cameras, the drones, all of that, as a citizen, as a business owner here in Milford, as a taxpayer, as an attorney, it's a bad idea. As presently written, it is a very bad idea that has significant consequences that I don't think have been adequately vetted. I think Alderman Smith's going to address some of those. There are alternatives, there's other ways of doing it. I don't think that this is something that should be rushed into haphazardly without thinking about all of this ahead of time to make sure that if and when this is rolled out, it is rolled out in a fashion that is beneficial to everybody in Milford. Thank you.
Good evening. Kyle Bruno, 75 Londonderry Lane. I'm here to talk about phase 2 of the Founders Walk. I've been coaching in JML for quite a few years now, and that area specifically is a hot area where kids like to play, parents like to stand. As you know, it's right next to the ball fields. So any foul ball that goes over there, kids love to run after it. There's a road there, foul ball gets hit, kids go after it, car comes, that's gonna end in disaster. Yeah, that's pretty much it. Thanks.
Bob Thomas, 84 Thompson Street. I was also up here to talk about the Founders Walk project. This budget for this project was set over a year ago, and it's just going to cost more now because it's a year later, and it's money that they don't have already to do it. They want to borrow extra money ahead of time. I don't think it's a very good idea to even do this project. If you've ever walked down there after it's rained, you sink up to your ankles in mud. I just think they've under budgeted it, and it's just going to cost more money and waste more time. And it's also going to be a speedway, and then when a child does get hit or something happens down there, what happens then? Thank you.
Hi, good evening all. Andrea Palco. I live at 666 Milford Point Road. Here to discuss the revitalization of this space down here where the ball field park is. It was this evening that I received a text to discuss this particular subject, so totally unprepared. Usually I would take some time to prepare, but it's really concerning. I live in this town, I grew up in this town. We are raising children here. I have a 3-year-old, a 16-month-old, and as a parent, it is extremely important that we have a safe space for our kids to go. So while we're down there in the ball field, the kids are going out to play, now having to have, this space maybe reconsidered now to open a roadway is extremely concerning. And I think this money, I get that we would like to see the town spend the money to revitalize. It looks amazing down there. Why not? It's picture perfect, but I don't think a roadway is appropriate for the space. So I'd like you guys to reconsider that. Thank you so much for your time. Have a great evening.
Is there any more speakers that would like to address the board at this time? Seeing
Chairman,
none?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, Alderman Healy.
I have one constituent that contacted me. It's Jeff Viscount from 59 Chatham Avenue, and he is in favor of the traffic safety devices, but his concern is relative to the after implementation, that proper audit of the vendors who will be implementing this program if it does receive final approval. He cites in other jurisdictions that there were problems because there was not proper oversight with manipulation of the mechanical equipment that did not benefit the public but did benefit the vendor in those other jurisdictions. And that in essence is his position. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman Healy. Moving on to the rest of the meeting, agenda item number 3, consideration of minutes for the regular meeting of the Board of Aldermen. Alderman Pacelli.
Agenda item number 3, consideration of minutes of the regular meeting of the Board of Aldermen held on October 7th, 2024.
Okay.
Motion has been made and seconded. Is there any discussion?
Chairman Vitro.
Alderman Moranen.
Thank you, Chairman Vitro. Through you, if I can add to a technical correction to the minutes under number 6, second paragraph. Number 6 is the mayor's report. Adding to the third sentence, she asked that the city reconsider its position, and if we could add that and provide the Board of Aldermen with an update in the November's mayor's report. Additionally, there's also noted some omissions under item 8B and 8C. We have an Alder Pacelli and Alder Blank for made and second a motion for both items A, B, and AC.
So noted, Alderman Moranen, thank you. Item number 4, consideration of minutes of the special organizational meeting. There was none. Yes. On what?
Do you want to make a motion? So I make a motion to amend the minutes as technically corrected.
Second.
Motion is made and seconded to amend the minutes of the last meeting. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Agenda item number 5, Chairman's report and recommendations. I'd just like to remind everyone that the Veterans Day Parade this coming Sunday at 1 o'clock, steps off at 1 o'clock at the Wasson parking lot. And also I'd like to wish everyone here on the board and at home a happy Thanksgiving. Other than that, next item on the agenda is the mayor's report. Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Through you to the members of the board, it's great to be back here at your meeting, and hello to everyone here that took the time out to come visit us at the Board of Aldermen meeting. Just one housekeeping measure, all the aldermen, item 6A, for informational purposes, I hereby make the Board of Aldermen aware of the following governance communication letter dated October 7th, 2024. That's all before you tonight. That's our financial status. If you have any further questions on that, our finance director is here to answer. And I also would like to address some of the issues that were raised here tonight. First and foremost is the Founders Walk Phase 2. For those that aren't aware, I think it's important because, you know, during the commentary, everyone likes to look over at the mayor, you know, when they're making their comments. This is a state project, This is not a city project, and I don't know if you're aware of that, but in all fairness to Senator Maroney, there was a committee that was formed, and they went over the project with the roadway that everyone is concerned about. So any concerns should be brought to Senator Maroney. This is his project that he brought the funding from Hartford back to Milford to extend the walkway with repositioning this road. So I would like to take the liberty to hit the pause button tonight, and I talked to the leadership before the meeting, is to remove items 8B and 8C. So there is not going to be a vote tonight on moving this forward. However, I encourage you, as your mayor, if this is something that you're very concerned about, you should reach out to Senator Maroney. I know that he will take the time to explain it to you. And there was a committee, and these questions could be answered. This board was just here to effectuate the grant, to accept the grant with the cash advance. So by us pausing tonight and removing this, nothing's going to happen in the present. So once again, I'm willing to remove it to keep everyone, well informed, so they can bring this forward to the state. This is a state project. It's funded by the state and Senator Maroney. And with that being said, I do also agree with early voting. I witnessed early voting. As you know, my office is right here. The weather was beautiful. I had the pleasure of going across the street, talking to voters as they entered, talking to voters as they exited, and they had nothing but great things to say. So I do appreciate bringing all of your compliments forward. The recognition is well deserved to our registrars, and I'd like to congratulate them on being reelected. So a big round of applause for our registrars. And with that being said, Mr. Chairman, as we know, elections are the biggest and most important part of our democracy. And with early voting, we are allowing more people to vote. So that's a positive thing. That's a good thing. And that's what we do in Milford. We do the right thing. And I think that was said here tonight by Reverend Ken Fellenbaum. And I agree with that. And I also want to congratulate Senator James Maroney, Representative Frank Smith, Representative Kathy Kennedy, and Representative-elect MJ Shannon on their election. A big round of applause for all of them. And I do look forward to working with all of them. As the chairman noted, the Veterans Day Parade is Sunday. I look forward to walking in that parade, supporting our veterans. It kicks off at 2 o'clock. We will also have a wreath laying ceremony on Veterans Day, which is Monday, November 11th, at 10:45 outside the front of City Hall. So if any of you could attend, that would be greatly appreciated. And with the holidays around the corner, I want to remind everyone about the annual Milford tree lighting. We had a great meeting. The festivities are going to begin with a movie at the Veterans Memorial Auditorium beginning at 3 p.m. I think it's Home Alone that's going to be playing for the kids. The Milford Concert Band beginning at 5 p.m. And the DJ will begin at 6 p.m. with the arrival of Santa Claus, and we all know Rick George here in our community. A big round of applause for Rick George, our one and only Santa Claus. He's a great guy. And this year, just to back up a little bit, for Halloween, I opened the doors to City Hall to our youth, to our children, and invited them here to dress up. I was dressed as well, and my staff. And we're starting this tradition, and I want it to continue. The kids came here with their parents, and it's amazing to me that so many people made a comment that they've never been to City Hall. The parents, the children, and we brought them right into the office, and everything was decorated, we were playing music, and I gotta tell you, it was a great time, and I truly enjoyed it. Last week, I joined Anthony from Anthony's Army. I did a proclamation for the month of November as Epilepsy Awareness Month, and we lit the dome, or the tower, the clock tower, purple to recognize this month as Epilepsy Awareness Month, which is very important. Last but not least, we rolled out a compost program through our Public Works Department. We're going to be collecting food scrap. It's 100% volunteer. If you want to do it, if you want to participate, you could use your own bucket, or we have buckets for sale. They're $24, but we're getting into organic waste because the food waste is very heavy. It's the most heaviest wet waste that we get rid of, that we pick up. So if we can take that out of our waste stream, it's going to save the residents, the taxpayers, thousands of dollars in dump fees. And I want to credit our Public Works Director, Chris Saley. I don't know if Chris is here tonight. And Rob Harrigan, I think Rob's here tonight. Thank you, Rob. And Mr. Chairman, I'd like Rob just to come up to do a quick demo of the pail that is available and how it's used for all the residents to see, and the people at home at MGAT. If they're interested, you can contact the Public Works Department. They'll sell you the pail, or you can use your own pail. But Rob, I'm going to turn it over to you for 2 minutes.
All right.
Tell them all about it.
Thank you. As Mayor Jenna said, my name is Rob Harrigan. I work for Milford Public Works. This is the startup kit that we're offering down at Public Works at 83 Ford Street. It's $24. You get the large 6-gallon container, as well as a countertop container, which is 1.3 gallons. Obviously, it's very simple to use, easy to use. Put it right by where you're making meals, as well as a roll of compostable bags. You line the small bucket. You take the bag out when it's full, place it in here. This is a great transport bucket down to the transfer station. And it's that simple. You don't need to buy this. You can, make your own at home, whether it's, any container will suffice. It's just that simple. And if anyone has any questions, feel free to reach out to Public Works or send me an email. I'll be happy to answer any questions. So, thank you.
Thank you, Rob. And also the annual Boys and Girl Scout Thanks for Giving food drive will take place next Friday, November 15th through Sunday, November 17th in the Wassing parking lot. So if you can, please be sure to donate. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I respectfully request your consideration and action on the items other than 8B and 8C on the agenda. And I'm here to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Chairman Vitro.
A clarification on the parade on Sunday. That's 2 o'clock? Step off?
My understanding is 2 o'clock is the step off. 1 o'clock they'll start to organize.
Okay, thank you. The next item on the agenda, unfinished business.
Chairman Vitro, may I?
Alderman Mulrennan.
Thank you, Chairman Vitro. Through you to Mayor Genitesio. Thank you, Mayor, for your very comprehensive monthly report. Had a lot of activity going on this month, and appreciate that. And as you heard tonight, I made the technical correction about the follow-up report regarding the McCann Natatorium. So I know that maybe perhaps you didn't recall that I had asked for a follow-up, and I don't mean to put you on the spot, but it's not an issue that's going away. So I was wondering if there is anything that you could contribute to the talking points that you're comfortable with sharing, because I know that you're under, conversations for negotiation and regarding where we are with with this issue.
So, through you, Mr. Chairman, to Alderman Mulrennan, my understanding is that you had a conversation with the city attorney today in regards to this, so you know that these negotiations are ongoing. So at this point, I don't have a comment and I don't have an update, but I'm soon, I'm sure we'll come to some resolution. But thank you for the question.
Chairman Vitro, if I may. Thank you. Yes, and actually, because we've been talking about the ongoing topic of this, we also talked about how we could perhaps be more informed and understand where we're going to go forward with this, and perhaps might want to consider if we want to put it on an item for new business or perhaps an executive session, so that we can have a more open dialogue regarding this topic. So I don't know if Attorney Birchman wants to speak to that as well.
Well, through you, Mr. Chairman, to Alderman Mulrennan, I would encourage you to reach out to the Parks and Rec Commission and the liaison from the Board of Aldermen. I think it's Ward Willis, and maybe he can inform you and update you on some of your concerns. But at this time, I don't have a comment, but if Attorney Birchman wants to weigh in, I'm sure he's capable. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, through you to Alderwoman Mulrennan, happy to discuss to the full board to give an update. Obviously, because it involves negotiations, I would request that it be done in executive session in December. There have been some updates. I know I met with McCann lawyer within the last 2 weeks. There's been some developments the last couple of days. Happy to provide an update in the appropriate setting, at the appropriate time, with the appropriate notice. And perhaps that's on December 2nd, the next scheduled meeting.
Okay, thank you. That would be great, so we can put it on for executive session for next month. That'd be wonderful. Appreciate that very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, through you to the mayor. In reference to the road behind the library, you mentioned that it was a state project. Does that mean there's no city money being spent on this project?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, to Alderman Bevan, it's a reimbursable grant. So there, as you can see, there was a cash advance, but it's 100% reimbursable.
So the city is not spending any money on this road at all, even though it went out to bid for over $4 million?
No, this is being funded from the state, but I can tell you we're working on the Fowler Pavilion. I've directed our Public Works Director to improve the Fowler Pavilion. We're doing the cupola, and we're going to remodel it because it's weathered. We're making other improvements down there, but we have nothing to do with this project. Thank you.
Well, Mr. Mayor, on, we'll say phase one, the city has spent money on this project already. So I think your information that it's going to be funded 100% by the state may not be accurate at this time.
Point of order.
I'd have to respectfully disagree with that, Alderman Bevan, but, you could talk to Senator Maroney.
Yes, I see that he couldn't make the meeting today. Thank you for your input.
What? The next item on the agenda is new business. Alderman Pasali, 8A.
Agenda item 8A, Board of Aldermen approval is requested for the appointment of Raymond Kermeyer, 26 Morris Lane, as a member of the Harbor Management Commission, term to expire 12/31/24.
Second.
A motion has been made and seconded. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor? Opposed? Motion passes unanimously. At this time, is Raymond here in the audience? Please step forward and get sworn in by the city clerk. Congratulations, Raymond. I know you do a great job. Thank you for volunteering. Next item on the agenda is 8B, Alderman Pacelli.
Item 8B and 8C have been removed from the agenda, that's my understanding. And so I will go to item 8D.
8D, thank you.
8D, yep. Board of Aldermen approval is hereby requested for the attached resolution regarding the American Rescue Plan Act for the Milford Public Safety, Fire, Boat, Jet Ski, Fire Hydrant, Road Improvements towards Boat Ramp Project.
Do I hear a second? Motion has been made and seconded. Is there any discussion? Alderman Marlowe.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm not sure who it should be directed to, but is any of the money with this ARPA funding tied towards the Founders Walk project? And if it is, does that mean that that would be pulled out somehow? And I'm not sure, Mr. Mayor, if that's to you or to the city attorney. And I see in here as well the road improvements towards Boat Ramp project. I'm not sure what that really is. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, through you to Alderman Marlowe. Alderman Marlowe, no, this is not tied to the Founders Project. And this is state ARPA money. This ARPA money that is coming is from the state.
No, understood that it's state ARPA money. I was just curious if it was tied at all to anything that's going on at the Founders Walk, like with the hydrant that they want to put in.
Well, there's a fire hydrant in here, but if it's not going to affect the boat or the jet ski.
No, understood. I guess my question should have been is, I see the fire hydrant in there. Is the fire hydrant being required because of the new road that's going in, or was the fire hydrant required no matter what?
My understanding is because of the new road. If the new road does go in, they would like to have an additional fire hydrant closer to the boat ramp.
Okay. So if they at some point decide to not do the road, if they decide, let's just say the Senator Maroney has enough public opinion to not do this or to move the road or whatever it might be, what the money for that fire hydrant, where would that go?
Well, it wouldn't be used if it's not going to be installed.
Thank you.
Any more discussion on the motion? Alderman Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Maybe my packet wasn't complete, but this resolution authorizes the city to enter into what's referenced as the contract with the state of Connecticut. And my packet didn't have any copy of the contract. So I haven't been able to review the contract we're being asked to authorize. Did anybody else get a copy of that contract? So the resolution authorizes, it says resolved by the Board of Aldermen of the City of Milford, enter into the contract with the state of Connecticut, and I don't have a copy of the contract. And I'm looking around my colleagues, it looks like, does anybody else have a copy of the contract? If nobody's gotten a copy of the contract, I would just ask this be tabled until we do, so we can review the contract we're authorizing the signature for.
Mr. Chair, I might be able to clear something up. It may not answer your question, but I can explain the language, possibly, to Alderman Smith.
Well, I'm not asking a question on the language.
No.
I'm saying I don't have a copy of the contract we're being authorized to enter into.
Understood. If I can speak, I'll maybe clear it up for you. This is state ARPA money. In order to get a state grant, the state requires a resolution. This resolution references a contract which I don't believe exists, in the sense that it's ARPA, it's an ARPA agreement. By all means, table it, but I don't know if you're going to see a specific contract other than agreement to follow the ARPA protocols. That's what I'm suggesting. This was just presented. It's ARPA. They asked for a resolution to accept the grant. There is no contract that we've been presented, but there may be one. So, to your point, table it, and we'll ask the question.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, are we considering now tabling this until we get the contract?
You want to make a motion to table it?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I'd make a motion to table this until we get the contract.
We have a motion on the floor to table this particular agenda item. Is there a second?
A second.
Motion has been made and seconded to table this particular agenda item. Is there any discussion? Alderman Healy.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, to the city attorney, do you feel that it is necessary to table this matter, or is this in similar ARPA monies appropriated for different funding, that this is the standard language that's been used in different proposals previously?
Mr. Chair, through you to Alderman Healy, to be honest, this is the first that we've seen where the state's receiving money. I will say in other state grants, there have been contracts associated with it. So I knew what the resolution was for, the underlying agreements in terms of what the money is used for. So I think there's not a time crunch right now. I know the state's under the same obligation that we are to obligate ARPA funds by the end of the calendar year. So I would ask that if it is tabled, that you take it up in December and we'll bring back more information.
Will you be able to produce a contract in and of itself that specifies the detail relative to this matter?
Mr. Chair, through you to Alderman Healy, my office was not involved in the state allocation of their ARPA funds to the fire department for these. I know Chief Rabel's here. I could invite you to answer that. I was going to say, perhaps invite Chief Rabel to answer the question, but my office, I don't want to say I can't produce a contract because I don't know.
Is the Chief Rabel, are you able to address this matter so that we can have the best information possible?
Good evening, Alderman. As far as I know, I have not seen any contract. Through Senator Maroney, we were offered the $160,000. The balance of the money is for that hydrant. If the road should go into, that project should take off, then yes, the hydrant money would be there for that from the public safety standpoint. We were told by Senator Maroney that the next step of us getting this money allocated to the fire department, that $160,000 for the jet ski and for the new boat, would be allocated to us once the board approves it. As far as I know, I haven't seen any contracts, and they were just waiting for the board to accept the money. I would imagine that if they're, I'm not sure to answer your question on a contract specifically, but it would probably be stating that yes, this money is to be used and allocated for public safety in the purchase of a jet ski and a new boat, which we desperately need.
So the total sum is 600,000, is that correct?
I believe that's the number, but the number that we are getting as the fire department is 160,000 for the jet ski and the boat. And then the balance was for the hydrant, I believe, and maybe road improvement projects. I don't know how all the rest of it was laid out in the allocation.
Does this satisfy your question, Alderman Healy?
What I would like is for Chief Rabel and perhaps the city attorney to reach out to Senator Maroney. There seems to be a dovetail here. This is a very important public project that's going to benefit our fire service and also to answer some of the questions relative to the road, construction project. He's not available this evening, but certainly through the good auspices of the city attorney's office, Chief Rabel, to reach out so that he could be physically present for our meeting next week and answer any questions that could clarify it for the Board of Aldermen.
Alderman Pacelli.
Thank you, Chairman Vitro. Through you to Attorney Burcham, or whomever may have the answer. Do we have, it wasn't clear, is there a missed opportunity or a deadline if we were to vote in favor of tabling or postponing this matter, say for another month, with these types of funds? My understanding is they run out. Are we in danger of waiting too long to take advantage of money that we otherwise might not get if we wait?
Mr. Chair, through you to Alderman Pacelli, not if you wait to December 2nd. If you want to have this conversation on January 2nd, you'd have a problem. The funds have to be obligated. In terms of the contract, this is a typical resolution to accept grant funds, and usually have grant applications. And the grant applications have guidelines and a grant agreement. ARPA funds, I don't know if the state has a similar. This was grant ARPA money procured by Senator Maroney. If there's a corresponding grant contract for those ARPA funds, it was not provided by Senator Maroney's office with the quote-unquote award money procured. That's the question I'll ask, and I will certainly invite him to attend should this board table the matter for the December meeting. But I would implore you to act in December, because if you don't act, you would run the risk of losing money, but not tonight.
Okay, thank you. And then just a follow-up question. Did I hear you say correctly, of the $600,000, how much?
160,000 is what's allocated for the boat and the jet ski, which I believe is why they tried to separate it for the vote this evening. And because it's public safety and the hydrant is part of public safety, that's why the hydrant is attached with our public safety.
So that's
boat and jet ski.
$440,000 worth of the 600 is the hydrant?
Say again, I'm sorry?
I'm confused about the other funds.
You're hearing it right, that the jet ski and the boat are the lower number.
Okay, thank you.
Any more discussion on the motion? Alderman Vitale.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, through you. ARPA monies, we don't even know where they are. We never even had an accountability of ARPA monies. Number one. Number two, if this is such an important project to Senator Maroney, he should have been here. Number three, that as we took off the agenda, 8B and 8C, it all referred to roadway and parking at Wilcox Park. And then 8D, which includes the jet ski, fireboat, et cetera, and hydrant, it said also road improvements toward the rail, towards the boat ramp project. And in the resolution, it talks about $100 or $1 million associated with the roadway and parking. So I think it's a moot point if we took off the agenda items 8B and 8C. What do we, and so we break down 8D as far as voting on that, because there should be no road improvements because we don't even know if we have a project.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, to Alderman Vitale. So everybody's clear. This is exactly what the fire chief didn't want to happen because I was in my office. This is getting convoluted. This before you, if they need the hydrant, the money's there. If they don't need the hydrant, they still need the boat and the jet ski. We just did a rescue out on the Long Island Sound, okay? We're a shoreline community. We need these assets. So Senator Maroney is up in Hartford because they had a caucus.
That was at 12 o'clock.
Well, my understanding that it was at 5:30. So in any event, you know, we got to be fair. We got to be fair to the fire department. I don't see the problem here passing this resolution. We're just a pass-through. I feel confident that you could take this up and vote on it. If you decide you want to table it, that's your prerogative. But I would not hold up the fire department. That's, as your mayor, that's my recommendation. Thank you.
Is any more discussion on the motion? Alderman Federico.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Through you to the mayor, may I just ask, was Senator Maroney notified that all this was going to be on the agenda?
My understanding is yes, but is he available?
He's not.
Obviously, no.
Right,
So,
right,
I mean, I'm advocating for Milford.
yeah. Yeah, no, and so my next comment is, I just wanted to make that clear, and as you said, he's not available. I'm not sure at what point he was notified, you know, to have even tried to be here. But I think that there's too much risk, since we are so close to the end of the year. I would not support tabling this to the next meeting. I agree with you, Mr. Mayor, that we need to prioritize the fire department, and I will support voting on this tonight. That's my position.
Is there any more discussion on the motion? Alderman Vitale.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you, I would be satisfied by just, out of 8D, just taking out road improvements towards the boat ramp, because obviously, we're not going to make improvements and do all of that, Mr. Mayor.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, Alderman Vitality, that is because the hydrant is being installed closer to the boat ramp, so there's going to be a little bit of a patch job. It has nothing to do with the main road. This is just to install the fire hydrant, so in case a boat catches on fire down by the boat ramp, or a vehicle that is putting a boat in the water, there's water down there, so they just have to run the water line down there, and they're going to patch it closer to the boat ramp. It has nothing to do with the actual road construction from the Founder's Walk.
So as it reads, road improvements towards boat ramp project. So to do anything with Founder's Walk, and it's just the installation of the hydrant?
Right, and that's what the fire chief was concerned about, the fact that these were both before us, and, you know, once again, this is a standalone. Thank you.
Any more discussion on the amendment? Alderman Pacelli.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So there's 2 points or 2 questions, I guess, or 2 points I'd want to make along with a question. Just going back to what Attorney Bertram said, he did indicate that, correct me if I'm wrong, that if we were to postpone this matter, or table this matter for a month, that it would not impact the city's ability to obtain funds next month. I guess it would potentially delay the fire department getting those funds, which may or may not be something that this board is willing to do. But
Let me qualify my answer, Mr. Alderman Pacelli, just because I'm speaking generally speaking in terms of ARPA funds. What I know is they need to be obligated by December 31st. As to this specific grant, was not part of it, so generally speaking, I know that they need to be obligated. I don't know anything about the state's ARPA program, so I'll just make that comment with a caveat that I don't know anything about this grant. It was from Senator Maroney, secured it, provided to the fire department. If you're going to accept state money, you need to have a resolution.
So it is possible that if we don't accept it today, that the funds could be gone a month from now?
Yes.
It is possible?
It is
There's a
possible.
possibility. Okay, thank you. And then the other point I wanted to make, because we did not take up items 8B and 8C, should we go forward and approve this, it does not mean that there's been any discussion, vote, or other opinion expressed related to the Founders Walk project. This is just funds, ARPA funds related to the fire hydrant. It's not an approval of the project or the road. It's not a fighting of that. That's to be likely rehashed next month when Senator Maroney is available for discussion. But we can still go forward with this and not affect that.
Absolutely. The distinction, Mr. Chair, through you to Alderman Pacelli, is 8C, 8B involve Urban Act grant funds. What's before you is a resolution to accept ARPA funds. The Urban Act grant funds of $1 million, Senator Maroney just secured that from a bond commission meeting within the last month. That's in addition to prior Urban Act grant funds that he secured back in 2002 for that. The ARPA money, which needs to be funded from the state, the total is $600,000. It has to be obligated to a particular project. It doesn't mean you have to go forward with the project, just means you have to obligate it, and then you have a certain window to spend it. If the project doesn't go forward, the money goes back to all of us in a way, because it will go back to the federal government. The one thing we know for sure is that the fire department is going to purchase a boat and a jet ski, or 2 jet skis, 1 jet ski. That we know. As to Alderman Vitale's points about the hydrant and the ramp, if those are, I think those are separate than the Founders Walk, but if they're tied to it, and the Founders Walk project doesn't go forward, then obviously that money's not used for it. It's just, right now it's earmarked for it. Doesn't mean it's going forward.
Thank you, that's very clear.
Chairman. Vidra. Chairman Vidra.
Alderman Beatty.
Thank you. I just want to make certain that there's no commingling. So in other words, as Majority Leader Pacelli said, the 2 items were off the agenda for tonight. So we can still approve this. It's related in some way because it's for the harbor, but it's not commingled with the other 2 items. That was my concern. All right, if that is so, then I would tend to think that we should go forward. And I think we had a similar, the specifics were dissimilar, but we went through this last year when Alderman Smith wanted more specifics. It may have been legitimate. He wanted more specifics about a particular situation, a different grant, but the monies were available, and it would have held up a piece of heavy equipment or apparatus for the fire department. And the contract, my understanding, we didn't really get to, and that was okay to, it was part of the consortium. We don't get to examine the contract fully. The money comes through. In this case, it's coming through the senator and the state, and then some ARPA funding. But we can accept the money without examining the contract. Is that correct? Just like we did in ARPA funding.
What's before you is a resolution to accept an ARPA grant from the state.
Right.
It's not a reimbursable grant.
Right.
The only requirements are everything typical, that what you purchase goes through proper procurement protocols and the like.
And we're not held to we're going to be made to do something or spend it. It's just, so if
The only
we
thing you're
review-
held to do is to spend the money as you allocate.
So if we say do not approve the resolution tonight, it's just specific to the equipment, to the jet ski and the other, to the fire department, right?
Correct.
Okay. Well, I would be in favor of doing it to support that purchase of those two items sooner rather than later for the fire department.
Any more discussion on the amendment? Alderman Bevan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, through you to the chief. If we do not put the road in, will we still put in the hydrant?
As far as I know, that's, no. Go ahead, Mr. Mayor.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, to Alderman Bevan. This is very important, so I want everyone to pay close attention. The fire hydrant was an afterthought, okay? That came up, so Senator Maroney had to secure the money. So don't get rid of the fire hydrant, because if the road moves forward, we're gonna need the fire hydrant. So I just want to be clear, I wouldn't amend anything taking out the fire hydrant or the road work towards the boat ramp, which is the water line for the fire hydrant. Just, if you're going to pass the resolution, pass it as is, and then the other two, when Senator Maroney comes back, he'll fill in all the blanks. All right? Thank you.
Again, I'm going to ask the same question. If the road does not go in, will we put in the hydrant anyways?
No.
It's fine, that's the answer I needed, thank you.
Okay.
We're going to vote on the amendment. The amendment, once again, Alderman Smith is, repeat that, please. Well, let's one amendment at a time.
I'm not making another amendment. I have more comment on...
Vote on this amendment that you made.
Well, I've got some more questions on the discussion.
Is it pertaining to the intended to the amendment? Okay,
Yes.
go ahead.
So the amendment here is to table this because we don't have the contract in front of us. The resolution is to authorize the city to enter into the contract, a contract which apparently nobody here has seen. There's a representation that $160,000 of the 600 is going to go towards certain equipment for the fire department. I assume that contract tells us where this money goes. Can the city attorney or the mayor tell us with specificity where the other $440,000 gets spent on which of these items?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, to Alderman Smith. My understanding is the fire hydrant represented $200,000 of the total sum. So whatever's left over, if you take $200,000 off the top, that represents the boat, and one jet ski.
Mr. Chairman, through you to the mayor. So that's $360,000. It says $600,000. There's nothing else in this contract that has anything else to do with any other items?
Mr. Chairman, it does state road improvements towards the boat ramp project also. So that's inclusive in that $600,000 figure. So it's the public safety, fire, boat, jet ski, fire hydrant, road improvements toward boat ramp project. And as the mayor has indicated, the necessity of the fire hydrant would be a great attribute down there for all the increased boat traffic that we've seen over the last few years, and having that there would be a great benefit for public safety. Through you, Mr. Chairman, while I have the microphone, to the city attorney, if you could, we seem to be lost on one word that Alderman Smith mentioned, which was contract. And this is a proposal that's being proposed for the Board of Aldermen, who is the legislative function for the city of Milford, to accept the funds, the ARPA funds, on behalf of the city. Do you see any inherent negative or downside legal constraints of why we should not, at this time, this evening, pass this?
No.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Chairman, I mean, I was in the middle of asking some questions here. Look, the point is, we're talking in a vacuum here. The chief believes that this contract is out there somewhere. He believes that $160,000 is allocated under that contract to the purchase of these two pieces of equipment. The mayor believes that too. Maybe even the city attorney does, but nobody has seen this contract. Nobody knows for certain that this contract says that. They think it does. They even hope it does. There's another, beyond just the two items articulated, there was a statement of here, well, maybe the other $240,000 has to do with the road work. Maybe it does. Maybe it doesn't. The contract will tell us all these things. The suggestion here that we are going to vote to authorize the city of Milford to enter into the contract, and nobody has seen the contract. In fact, nobody even knows if the contract exists. They hope it does. They hope it says what they want. And we're suggesting that the city say, we're going to enter into, this does not say that we're accepting the grant money from the state. It doesn't say that. I've heard people say that here tonight, but that's not what's in front of us. What's in front of us is to enter into a contract that we don't have, that nobody has, that nobody has seen. And I think that the right thing to do, we've heard that as long as we act before the end of the year, there won't be any downside. I understand people want to get the money now, but the money is going to be there till the end of the year from all that we've heard. So I would stay with this motion to table until we have the contract that we're being asked to authorize. And so, Mr. Chairman, I would ask this board to table this until next month's meeting.
There's a motion on the floor to postpone this agenda item until next month.
More discussion.
And a second. So we're going to take it to a vote. All in favor?
No.
Aye. Opposed? Roll call vote. Madam Secretary, please.
Alderman Beatty? Alderman Bevan? Alderman Casey?
Yes.
Alderman Federico?
No.
Alderman Fowler?
Yes.
Alderman Healy?
No.
Alderman Jenkins? Alderman Marlowe? Alderman Mulrennan?
No.
Alderman Pacelli? Alderman Smith?
Yes.
Alderman Vitro? Alderman Vitale?
No.
Alderman Willis? Nine noes, 5 yeses.
9 noes, 4 yeses.
5.
5 yeses. The amendment fails. On the original motion, is there any more discussion on the original motion? Alderman Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For the reasons that I thought that the motion to table should have been accepted, I think that we should vote no on this resolution. We are authorizing the city to enter into a contract that no one has ever seen.
Any more discussion on the original motion? I'm going to take it to a vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Roll call vote. Madam Secretary, please.
Alderman Beatty? Yes.
Alderman Bevan? Alderman Casey?
Yes.
Alderman Federico?
Yes.
Alderman Fowler?
No.
Alderman Healy?
Yes.
Alderman Jenkins? Yes. Alderman Marlowe? I'm sorry. Alderman Mulrennan? Yes. Alderman Pacelli? Yes. Alderman Smith?
No.
Alderman Vitro?
Yes.
Alderman Vitale?
Yes.
Alderman Willis? Yes. 11 yes, 3 no.
11 yes, 3 no. The motion passes. Thank you, everyone. Alderman
Thank you.
Alderman Pacelli, agenda item 8C.
Agenda item 8E, Board of Aldermen approval is hereby requested for the attached cash advance regarding the American Rescue Plan Act for the Milford Public Safety Fire Boat Jet Ski Fire Hydrant Road Improvements towards Boat Ramp Project.
May I have a second on that motion?
Second.
Motion has been made and seconded. Is there any discussion? Yes, Alderman Casey.
Yes, sir. Thank you. To you, through you, I guess, City Attorney Bertram, what is different about what we just voted on in this resolution?
Mr. Chair, through you to Alderman Casey, this is a cash advance. Basically, I just leaned over and asked the finance director of the ARPA, why are we doing a cash advance? And I think he said, because the fire department's anxious to start the process to procure the boat and the jet ski. So in case they are able to do the procurement process quickly before the state cuts a check. So it's, I guess, a short-term no-interest loan until we get the ARPA money is what it, as I understand it. But it's just a cash advance acknowledging the resolution that you agreed to accept the $600,000.
So to you, to the finance director, so that's, so more or less, it allows us, the fire department to spend quickly, I guess, quicker?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, to Alderman Casey, that's correct. It just allows the city to move more quickly and in anticipation of receiving the funds from the state.
Thank you.
Any more discussion on the motion? Alderman Federico.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just would like to comment and just kind of take a step back and remind ourselves this is a good thing. Money is coming from the state that's not coming out of Milford City taxpayers' dollars, and it's funding funding items that will support public safety. And I absolutely support passing this, as I did the previous item tonight, to ensure that we don't run the risk of not getting the funds because some of the funds run out or there's a delay in the paperwork or something like that. So, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Alderman Marlowe.
Just to comment on this is that I think that even though I voted no for this, I'm not against doing this and supplying the fire department or whatever department it might need, but I was more against this because it seemed like a simple enough question to say, do we have a contract that says what we're signing on for? So it has nothing to do with not wanting to provide the different departments with what they need. Thank you.
Alderman Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A comment and a question, building on Alderman Marlowe's comment there. Of course, you're not against any of this because we haven't seen anything that indicates that this $600,000 actually goes for that jet ski and boat. We might well get the contract and it doesn't. So you're not really sure if you're for it or against it because the contract's not here, so you have no idea whether you're voting on something that's a jet ski or a boat or something entirely different. But to the finance chairman, finance director, Without a contract, you have nothing to back up what the city is expending the money for. Under generally accepted accounting principles, can you actually do a cash advance without the documentation to back up the request?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, to Alderman Smith, we could technically do the cash advance if this resolution were approved, and we would only do the cash advance if it were approved for the allocation as specified here and nothing else. But I do understand your concerns about not seeing the contract.
Mr. Chairman, again, as with the last resolution, so too with this one, the city is now compounding financial actions on top of bad contractual moves. We have no idea what contract we've just entered into. We have no idea what it's for, and now we're authorizing a cash advance for items, as it was just indicated, that could only be used for those things specified in a contract that nobody has ever seen. It's becoming comical. I would urge a no vote on this, as I urged a no vote on the earlier resolution, because now we're dipping into the general fund of the city of Milford to pay out early on a contract we've never even seen.
Mr. Chairman, can we make a motion to move the question, please? We've heard all the dialogue.
I'd like to be heard in discussion, please.
Alderman Pacelli.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, through you to Attorney Bertram. Again, just looking at how the agenda item 8D and 8E work together, it's my understanding that we, as a board, just approved the resolution. And within the resolution, there's a statement that the mayor, city will sign a contract, if such a contract is proposed, that addresses these exact items. I'd have to think that many times over the years that you have been the city attorney, that there's approval that you will review a contract based upon conditions in some resolution or otherwise. So to the extent the contract comes before you and did not match up with what was expected, you might modify that contract, you might suggest some changes to it, or you might say we can't sign this particular contract because it doesn't match what is here. So I'd like to have some, I'd like to think that we as a board could have some level of confidence that if we agree that a contract will be signed that says X, Y, and Z, that your office will make sure that's what it says before it's signed. Is that what's going to happen here?
Mr. Chair, through Alderman Pacelli, absolutely. And pursuant to the resolution that you passed, you can bet your bottom dollar or your $600,000 that the money's going to be spent in accordance with the resolution for a fireboat, for a jet ski, towards roadway improvements, because it's ARPA money and it's subject to audit. So the money will be spent appropriately so the federal government doesn't come back and ask us to pay them back.
Thank you. And a follow-up question through you, Mr. Chairman, to Mr. Ordisi. I would assume that if a cash advance is approved in the full amount, that doesn't necessarily indicate that we're going to draw the full amount from the general fund. It would only be drawn for those items which we know we're going to go forward with. For instance, if there's a boat, a jet ski, those items, that's the money that would be drawn down, those portions of the grant, or the ARPA funds, excuse me, that we may not use because we may not at some point need fire hydrants and other types of approvals, would not be drawn upon immediately. So there's no concern that we're going to draw upon money to do a project that hasn't yet been approved to go forward. Is that accurate?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, Alderman Pacelli, yes, that is accurate.
Thank you. Then I'm very comfortable moving forward with this item. Thank you.
Any more discussion on the motion? Seeing none, all in favor? Opposed? Roll call vote. Madam Secretary, please.
Alderman Beatty? Yes. Alderman Bevan? Yes. Alderman Casey?
Yes.
Alderman Federico?
Yes.
Alderman Fowler?
No.
Alderman Healy?
Yes.
Alderman Jenkins? Yes. Alderman Marlowe? Alderman Morenin,
Yes.
Alderman Pacelli. Alderman Smith,
No.
Alderman Vitro. Alderman Vitale,
Yes.
Alderman Willis. 11 yes, 3 no.
11 yes, 3 no. Motion passes. Agenda item 8F, Alderman Pacelli.
Agenda item 8F, Board of Aldermen approval is requested for the attached White Way Laundry WW Uniforms Services Agreement and to authorize the Mayor, Public Works Director, and City Attorney to take all steps necessary, including signing all documents to effectuate said agreement.
We have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion on the motion? Hearing none, all in favor? Opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Agenda item number 10, Alderman Pacelli, budget memo transfers. There is no budget memo transfers. Agenda item number 11, refunds list, Alderman Pacelli.
Thank you. Agenda item 11A, consideration of refunds in the amount of $25,184.07.
Do I hear a second? Motion has been made and seconded. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor? Opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Are you doing the B?
Agenda item 11B, consideration of suspense in the amount of $197,117.28.
Motion has been made and seconded. Is there any discussion? Alderman Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To the Finance Director, for those of us who are a little newer on the board, can you describe to me what it means when something is being moved to the suspense list?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, to Alderman Smith, this is, it happens every year, and basically these are taxes that have not been collected. I think the period is about 15 years, if I'm not mistaken. But it doesn't mean that the city can't still go after the tax. So it's still collectible. It just technically has to be moved to the suspense list so that it can be categorized there and removed from the reporting for the outstanding taxes, but it's still on the books and still is legally subject to collection.
Mr. Chairman, if I could follow up then, just, so then what's the effect of this? These items that are being moved onto the suspense list, what's the legal effect on these taxpayers, on these tax accounts?
To you, Mr. Chairman, Alderman Smith, my understanding, it's for just for reporting purposes, like for financial reporting, that these items are just moved to this suspense list and held there, as opposed to appearing on the more current outstanding list, which are for taxes that are still outstanding less than 15 years.
Mr. Chairman. To the Finance Director, what happens after 15 years? You've mentioned that twice now.
They are older, uncollectible debts. They are still collectible. I would imagine they could still be sold, like in a tax lien process, like when you sell outstanding tax liens, perhaps they could be included in that. The tax office uses a variety of methods to try to collect it, but sometimes all of those methods are used and you still can't locate the particular taxpayer. It's still uncollectible, so it would still remain on the suspense list.
Thank you, Mr. Adisi.
Alderman Federico.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, through you to the Finance Director. Just for context, I've read that this is something that's done about every year. How does the amount this year compare to previous years?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, to Alderman Federico, I don't have the exact numbers for previous years, but we certainly can get back to you with that.
Okay. And then how does this, or does it impact our budget? Does it affect our P&L essentially, or is this just more of a balance sheet type of entry?
Yeah, it doesn't have a significant or direct impact on the budget. It's correct. It's more of a balance sheet type of thing where we know that these are accounts that are still outstanding but not collectible. And then there is a next step where the accounts, for the most part, are turned over sometimes to a collection agency. We utilize a company called TaxServe, and many times they are successful in collecting it. So there sometimes is good news where we, even though they're on the suspense list, we still can collect the money through a tax collection agency.
Okay, so just so I'm super clear, so we've recognized the revenue when we billed these individuals for the property taxes, and we've not reversed that revenue. We keep it on the books, and we just are calling out and putting these amounts aside and saying, these are going to be harder to collect. And after 15 years, we may write them off or go down the collections route.
Correct. There's a term called allowance for doubtful accounts. So it's in essence like a liability, but it's not actual revenue, of course.
Okay, so is this setting up an allowance when you move them to the suspense list?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, Alderman Federico, it's part of it. We have to make calculations to have a reasonable estimate for the allowance, so
okay.
it would be part of that estimate.
Understood. Thank you.
Any more discussion on the motion? Hearing none, all in favor? Opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Alderman Pacelli, Ordinance Committee, agenda item number 1.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. At the Ordinance Committee special meeting held earlier today, the committee voted to put forth 2 ordinances to the full board. The first being an ordinance amending an ordinance establishing compensation of city officials and employees in the service of the City of Milford, registrars, and the second being an ordinance adopting Chapter 14, Motor Vehicle and Traffic, Article 5, Automated Traffic Enforcement Safety Devices, Sections 14-60 through 14-71. So I'm here making a motion to move forward for approval of an ordinance amending item number 1, the ordinance amending an ordinance establishing compensation for city officials employed in the services of the City of Milford registrars.
May I have a second? Motion has been made and seconded. Is there any discussion? Alderman Bevan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to make an amendment on the item number 1, the Register of Voters compensation. I would like to make the amendment to the dollar figure from $41,806.96 to $56,914. On the second part of this will be the increase from January on 2026, that number would be whatever the percent of increase of the mayor and the city clerk. And the number I'd like to put in there would be a minimum of $58,336, which is a 2.5% increase. Thank you.
You making that as a motion, Mr. Alderman Bevan?
making that as a motion, as an amendment. Yes, sir.
Do I have a second on that motion? Motion has been made and seconded. You heard the motion. Is there any discussion on that motion? Alderman Vitale.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm in agreement with the motion, but I don't know legally if we can predict what negotiations would look like the next year, or is that part of the amendment that could be, does that supersede what in a union? They're not part of a union. Could we go ahead and do something like a 2.5% raise at that point?
Mr. Chair, through you to Alderman Vitale, I guess I'm not understanding your question.
Okay, so the amendment, the motion was made to increase the salary to 56.9 plus, and then with a 2.5% increase for the next fiscal year. Is that legal to do at this point without having?
Yes, they're not in the union.
Okay, they're not in the
union. Set the increase as unamended. The original motion has 2 wages proposed, and obviously year 2, January 1, 26. I can explain to you how the numbers are presented, and I know that the Human Resource Director is here tonight. She can tell you.
She is?
She is. The math that got there, but yes, to answer your question.
Okay, so if they're not part of a union and they can, we can control it.
You set their,
Thank you.
their salary.
I have
Any more discussion on the motion?
I have a question as to what the motion was. That I am confused about the second portion of it with the, was it a 2.5% increase, period? Because you mentioned or the mayor's increase or the city clerk's increase. So I just want to know what we're considering.
To clarify, the initial on the ordinance is $41,806.96. I'm looking to increase that to a number of $56,914. That will be for the fiscal year of January 1, 2025. Come January 1, 2026, I'm looking to put that number at $58,336, which would be a 2.5% increase over the 2025. What I put in, it was the percent of increase between the city clerk and the mayor on their increase for the next budget period coming up.
Thank you. So you're just explaining where the 2.5% came from, but the numbers at 2.5%
Yes.
increase. Thank you very much.
And is there any more? Alderman Federico.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do support this motion for the higher amount. I agree with the amounts that you stated, Alderman Bevan. I personally was, very much persuaded by all of the speakers that we had here tonight. It made a very, very strong case for this increased money. And the only question I'm left with before we walk away from this topic is I do want to understand a little bit about how this 41,000 was arrived at. So if we value our registrars of voters, and they requested 56,000, knowing there was going to be all of this early voting coming up, I don't know if the mayor's office or someone from HR can speak to what the basis was for this 41,000 in place of the higher amount. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, perhaps I can address Alderwoman Federico's question, and if I fall flat, I can have Tanya Barnes come up, but where the number as proposed came is typically the city clerk position is similar to what the department heads positions in terms of who they follow. They're non-representative. So in typical years, non-early voting years, and historic the registrar would follow the MSA, the Supervisors Union. The $41,806.96 represents a flat $2 increase in the first year and a 2.5% increase as of 1/1/26 as presented, not amended, which is consistent with the highest level of increase that this board provided to the Supervisors Union. And if you recall, there was a wage ordinance for department heads that had several levels following a salary survey. I believe the majority of the department heads received a $2 flat increase in year one and then 2.5% increases in the subsequent years. So that's the genesis of the number before you. It's just historical practice. Again, you're not held to that, but that's how the number was presented to you.
Okay, thank you. So there was no consideration for the changes in the responsibilities. It was just purely based on what other departments and city heads were getting.
Mr. Chair, through you to Alderman Federico, certainly aware of the request and the early voting and the scope, and I've had plenty of conversations with the registrar's office. I understood their position, but it's really ultimately up to this board and not for us to make that determination, so we kept with the traditional practice and brought it before you.
Okay, thank you.
Alderman Pacelli.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to respond in or comment on some of what Attorney Bertram said. I think there is a difference between a customary increase that would come along at a regular interval, and then also I think in this particular instance, I mean, certainly from the testimony and comment we've heard today, and obviously with the results that we've had in the city with this election and the process, hearing from both sides of the aisle here, you know, it certainly is as obvious that there's been a change in scope and work required. So I just want to point out that in my consideration of how to proceed in this instance, there's really a two-part analysis. You know, there's again the typical increase that may come along at a regular interval, and then a change of scope that may require some extraordinary adjustment that then, once is made, would be able to work within a more ordinary increase that may come up on a regular interval. So I just think it's worth going through how and why we are where we are right now, even with that motion being on the table to consider. Thank you.
Alderman Vitale.
Mr. Chair, thank you. Through you to Attorney Bertram. Did I hear it correctly that the original salary of 41 plus was taken from a percentage that the MSA got? Is that, can you explain that again, please?
Mr. Chair, through you to Alderman Vitale, the proposed ordinance, not amended, for the January 1st, 2025 salary is $41,806.96. That's a flat $2 an hour increase of the current salary of $39,726.93.
Right.
Flat $2. And when I say borrowed, meaning that was what members of the Supervisors Union, portion of members of the Supervisors Union received. So typically for non-represented employees, you look to what comparable union negotiations resulted. Obviously, I couldn't negotiate with the registrar's office because they're non-represented. The negotiation is with this board. You set the scale. I'm putting it only before you because there's a track record.
I just want to make sure that I understood it correctly too. MSA, Milford Supervisors Association got two, or what was the number?
The majority, I believe, I don't have the numbers of the...
Well, approximately.
$2 an hour flat rate increase, so hourly rate in year one, and then 2.5% thereafter.
So why were the registrars associated with the MSA rather than, why that union?
It goes well back before my time, but they're the functional equivalent of a department head, and that's who the department heads follow.
So other departments got more than that, right? Was that the most that the negotiations went with departments, the $2 kind of thing?
When you say departments, are you referring to department heads?
No, the unions, the MASA, or the MA.
The
Milford.
MSA union, the highest increase that the MSA union got for a general wage increase was a flat $2 increase in year one.
Okay. Were there
There are other members that got 2.5%.
So I guess what I'm saying is, were there other unions that got more than the $2, that negotiated for more than $2, that extra $2 an hour?
No.
No? So that was the highest?
Correct.
And they were just put into the coattails of that particular negotiation? They didn't negotiate, but...
They being who? The registrars?
Right. Then...
Historically, the registrar's office follows the supervisor's union.
Okay.
Again, and so does the mayor, city attorney, and all the other department heads typically follow MSA. It was presented to this board for that. Obviously, there's a lot of other comments, testimony about the change in scope, but that's to be determined by this board.
Right, and I just wanted to make sure I heard you, but again, we're looking to unfunded mandates from the state that trickled down to the registrar's office, and
100%.
Nothing was accounted for. So it was just a flat rate because it was a change in job description without getting further compensation.
I don't know if that was a statement or a question.
Well, I guess it's rhetorical, but wants an answer. But no, it's a rhetorical kind of thing where the job description changed from what they were doing to 14 more days, et cetera, whatever that brought into effect. And so the unfunded mandate from the state that we're picking up, again, salaries that are not commensurate with the work being done.
I think maybe a way to look at it is, if you took out early voting, the registrar's office would still receive a wage adjustment, because currently, even though congratulations to Carrie and Deborah, the raise isn't for them, the raise is for the position. And that's why we have to do it before they take office in January. As sitting elected officials, the state constitution, our own charter, prohibits increases to sitting elected officials. So you have to approve it before they take a new term. So don't associate this with the individuals, associated with the position. Regardless of early voting, there would have been a proposal to increase the compensation. Now factor in the fact that the scope has changed and go from there.
Alderman Marlowe.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you, I guess, to Attorney Burcham. First of all, I'm in agreement with an increase. They've done an amazing job this past election. My question is, we've talked about the job description or scope changing. Does that now get written into the job? Say we wanted to hire a new person, and you usually have a job description that goes along with that, correct? Does that now get changed to reflect what the extra scope is?
Mr. Chair, through you to Alderman Marlowe, I'll probably defer to the Human Resource Director, but I don't think there's a typical job description other than what the state statute says it is.
No, I think I understand.
And we don't hire them, they run for office to get elected.
No, I understand that, but we keep referencing the scope has increased. So how do we say what that is? Is it just extra hours, that's what we're saying?
Well, I think there's been a lot of testimony of what it was, and anybody who availed themselves of early voting, and the scope changed because the demands of the job changed. And I think Alderman Vitale referenced the unfunded mandate. There was basically the registrar's office was saddled with a lot more work. Absolutely. As a result. I don't know if the job demands more. They're doing the same job, just a lot more of it, and demand a lot more of their time. So I don't know if the scope, you're still doing the same job. It won't be codified by HR. in that respect.
Well, I guess there's my question is that, right now, their job description scope, it's based on a certain amount of hours, correct? So now it's going to change, and is that reflected anywhere, or is No, sorry about that. I'm just asking. I know that their job is, based on a certain amount of hours, right? Like every job is. And now it's changed.
Right, and Mr. Chair, through you to Alderman Marlowe, I don't have a good answer for that.
Okay,
I know as currently constituted, the registrar's office is part-time. But I think if you ask our current registrars, they probably have a different definition of part-time.
I totally agree, and I'm in favor of them getting paid more. I just didn't know if anything changed with the description of the job or not.
Now, the description of the job is set by statute, and they blessed us with early voting, but they did not change the description in the statute.
Thank you.
Alderman Beatty. Any more discussion on the motion? Alderman Mulrennan.
Thank you, Chair, through you. Actually wanted just to respond to Alder Vitale as well as Alder Marlowe on two topics. One is Alder Vitale, you were identifying that this was, a state mandate without any funds, but I understand that there were some grant monies available to pay a stipend to the registrars for extra hours worked. And so I don't know where that money went to, but I know that there was that grant, and that I think requires a little more discussion. The other thing is with Alder Marlowe in regards to a new job description. You'll recall back several months ago, we had a new salary range with steps in it for those non-represented individuals, which are comparable to the fact that the registrars also are not. And I don't believe those individuals went with a $2 an hour increase and then a 2.5. They had a very large adjustment. So in pulling that information and trying to become more educated on where we are, I saw on that information that we were given, the registrar was also listed in that packet, and there were steps listed. So I was a little perplexed that we had one number presented to us as opposed to an adjustment in the steps. Because to your point, if we had a different registrar come in with different experience, even though elected, like where would they start in reference to that? So if we put forward a number, I anticipate if those steps are applicable, I'm just saying what we had in our packet, that would also need to be addressed in terms of making that comparable. So is there any information that we can have in terms of where the grant money went for early voting payment for the registrars' extra hours?
Thank you for your question. In April, prior to the presidential preference primary, the Secretary of the State designated $10,500 grant money to the city of Milford, which we accepted through the finance department and then allocated out to the staff who worked early voting. We did ask if we could be compensated because the registrar of voters were listed in the Secretary of the State's letter for uses, but we're told that we could not amend our salary midterm. So that money went to the Dymo label printers that you heard people talk about for on the envelopes for early voting and other supplies necessary to run early voting for the first time ever in the April primary, but mostly for the staff members for those 4 days that we were required to accommodate voters who wanted to vote early.
You indicated that the funds stated that the registrars could be compensated, and you were told that, who told you after you received the letter from the Secretary of State that you could? Who told you that you couldn't?
I can't recall exactly because a lot of the times I sent memos, if you will, to everybody I could think of to try to get somebody to compensate for the extra hours.
So
we
you
knew that
didn't
we were
receive
coming.
a legal opinion relative to that? You just...
I believe that Attorney Burcham was involved in the discussion and said that we cannot get a pay increase. And we tried to say we're not asking for a salary increase, we're asking for a special stipend like other registrars around the state had received for their extra time that was going to be needed to implement this new early voting process.
May I?
Yes.
That also, the 10,000 was just to cover April. Then we had August. I had August primary, and now we had the November. And the 14 days are here to stay. So next year, in November, for the municipal, it'll be 14 days. And I got to tell you, I spent hours and hours hiring. I had over 100 employees this time. It means you have to vet them, you have to call them. And instead of working 9 to 1, I was here 9 to 5 many days, 9 to 4:30, just calling people to arrange. Then you've got to do PAFs, personnel action forms for them to make them an employee, to get them a vendor number. It's very, very time consuming. Our lives have changed, the job has changed. We can't say it enough. Thank you.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chairperson, to Carrie. I wanted to have you explain to us a little that some of these enhanced responsibilities started before even the early voting. It's been a process over the last year. And I heard, I think Megan Doyle give public testimony that she went to a Zoom meeting. I went to one of those early on, years ago, before pandemic, and you spoke about the role of the registrar, and I remember being educated, that I had no idea the scope. And I want to remind people that we're not talking about hourly wage employees here, that you're professional employees, so it's different, and the scope of your responsibilities have evolved over years as they have in many other professions. So that's all I want to do. Thank you.
Thank you.
Alderman Morenin.
Thank you, Chair Vitro. Through you, Carrie and Deborah, just that you can confirm that early voting grant was a one-time grant because it was a new program for this.
Yeah, there was a
cycle.
grant in April specific to the April presidential primary, and then there is another grant where $511.37.
And one last question, and the funds in those grants have been allocated and there's none left. Is that correct?
The 10,500, yes.
That one's gone,
yes.
But this next one.
And I don't know if we've received it yet. You just approved it in your last meeting, I believe. There was yeah, okay. And so I don't believe that has come in yet. But as we now begin our process of figuring out payroll and getting that information to the payroll department, we'll find out with Peter how overdrawn we are. We do believe that we're overdrawn on our overtime account, which covers our deputies' pay, because we've needed them and they've been working, and before we knew it, we were over the increased amount of $10,000 that we were allotted by our budget.
Right, I recall looking back at the budget book and you requested $15,000 and was given $10,000.
Yes.
So the April money was for potential payment for your extra hours, but this other grant
It's not.
It's not.
No.
So it was a missed opportunity back in April.
Yes.
Any more discussion on the motion? Alderman Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was just doing some quick arithmetic here on this amendment. If 56,914, if the salary was 39,000, that's a 45.9% raise, 45.9% increase. In this year, we raised taxes on the citizens of Milford quite a lot. And everything I see coming out of the Board of Education, even if the city comes in at zero, we're looking at another tax increase in the next cycle, next year. And maybe if the city was in a better position fiscally, we could say that 45.9% raises were due to people. In years when we are raising taxes on the citizens of Milford, I can't in good conscience support a 45.9% salary increase. And I really, not that they haven't earned it, not that they don't warrant it, not that it's, the unfunded mandate, we didn't change the scope. 45.9% is just, it's too much. And so I would ask that the board reject this amendment, go back to the proposal in front of us, because it's just, it's imprudent. And under these circumstances, at this time, with the situation of the city of Milford, 45.9% raise is imprudent.
Alderman Beatty.
In relation to that, I think we just established that the registrar's salary was the caboose compared to all of what we did last year. And this is a bipartisan, Democrat, Republican, it's being caught up. Now suppose, and we are all very, very aware about taxes and the need to do that and how it's going to be tough and et cetera. But what would we do? Freeze this caboose salary for the next 3 years because we can never raise taxes? This is an adjustment of a professional development. And it was underpaid, and I guess maybe underappreciated despite our applause, before these added responsibilities were put on. So it's an odd way of thinking of it, to think of a 49% raise. I know the figures are there. You're right, Alderman Smith. The figures are there. But we can't freeze the budget for 224 and go forward and have it the same in 2027. Thank you.
Alderman Pacelli.
I'd like to call for a 5-minute recess, please.
5-minute recess. We're back in session. Any more discussion on the amendment? Yes, Alderman Jenkins.
Yeah, I see that we have Ms. Barnes in the audience, and I'm wondering if she could just come up and answer a few questions. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Good evening.
Through you to Ms. Barnes. I'm just wondering, as we all know, the workload has increased significantly. And I'm wondering where our numbers, proposed numbers that we are going to relate to surrounding towns and where their numbers currently are, if you have any of that data.
I do, through you, Mr. Chair. As this body knows, a couple of months ago, if not almost a year ago, we came before you after we completed a survey study. At the time, but that was with data from 22 and 23. At the time, the registrar, the position of mayor and city clerk, as well as all the non-represented employees were part of that. With that study, looking at the same comparable communities that we used for the other department head positions, the salary was within the average. Even with counting that West Haven did an increase, and I think it was about a $20,000 increase to their registrars that brought them to the high 40s, we were still within the average. Because the average, I think at that point came out to like $38,000, and the salary for 23 was 39 and change. And then again, as City Attorney Bertram mentioned, we used the same methodology that we did. I've been here 11 years, and I think in history it's just been going back, that the non-represented compensation ordinance that covers all of the department heads as well as elected officials, the mayor position, the city clerk, and the registrars have followed the same increases that were granted to the supervisors union, which this body approves. Once we negotiate with the MSA group, whatever those salaries, those percentages are, this body approves it. Those are the same percentages that we've used. Last time with the supervisors union, we came before this body and presented that the first year was a flat $2 an hour increase, and then the following years were 2.5%, and that's exactly what we did with the non-represented employees, but for those that needed adjustment, they were below the average, and so we followed suit and did that the same way.
Sure, and thank you for the numbers from West Haven, but that's more what I'm interested in is commensurate to other towns and cities, our registrar of voters compared to registrars of voters in other towns and cities and part-time versus full-time.
Correct. And the higher ones were full-time positions that were at $50,000, which was Bristol, but they were in that range.
So full-time was 50,000.
That was a 23 salary.
2022, 23, did you say?
23.
23. Any other data that we have with that, or is it just?
That was the highest. All the other ones were part-time, so they were within the range, and some were lower.
And those were around the 38 to 39.
30s, correct. And so when we cumulatively used 11 towns, that we were the same towns that we used for every other position, it was within the average for the city side.
Thank you.
Any more discussion on the amendment? Alderman Federico.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, I just would like to address, and maybe if the registrars could confirm this for me, I believe we got some information from you that said that there was an additional 500 hours worked this year above and beyond your 20 hours per week.
Yes, so our final number as of today was 525.75 hours above the 20 hours a week. I sent you all an Excel spreadsheet of that. And if I may just add an extra comment about the West Haven registrars of voters, because we ran into the Democratic Registrar of Voters today, in the hallway at Parsons as I was going to the bathroom. She's a full-time employee for the Board of Education for the city of Milford. So when you compare like towns and registrars of voters, you will find that often they have full-time jobs. And now that these jobs have changed dramatically, what we talked about at ROVAC amongst the registrar of voters in all towns, they are going to be asking for salary increases commensurate with the extra hours of work that are required. And if they have full-time jobs in other positions, they are hiring multiple people to cover the responsibilities that Deborah and I cover on a daily basis here in Milford to assure the voters that we are working in a nonpartisan joint effort from the top to the bottom to make sure elections happen, as you heard from the testimony before.
Okay, so my math says a 20-hour-a-week job is about 1,000 hours a year.
1,040, exactly.
1,040, yes. And if you add 500 hours to that, that's a 50% increase in your hours. So to me, that justifies the 45% increase in dollars, because you are experiencing a 50% increase in your hours.
Correct. Yes.
So, all right, thank you for confirming.
Are you all set with me?
Make a motion, Mr. Chairman, to move the question.
Is there any more discussion on the amendment? Hearing none, all in favor? Opposed? A roll call vote, Madam Secretary, please.
Alderman Beatty?
Yes.
Alderman Bevan? Yes. Alderman Casey?
No.
Alderman Federico?
Yes.
Alderman Fowler?
No.
Alderman Healy?
Yes.
Alderman Jenkins? Alderman Marlowe?
Yes.
Alderman Mulrennan?
Yes.
Alderman Pacelli?
Yes.
Alderman Smith? Alderman Vitro?
Yes.
Alderman Vitale? Alderman Willis? 10 yes, 4 no.
10 yes, 4 no. The amendment passes. On the original motion, we need on the original motion, any more discussion on the original motion? Hearing none, all in favor? Opposed? Roll call vote, Madam Secretary, please.
To be clear, if I could just clarify, we're voting on the ordinance as amended.
As amended, of
Correct,
course.
okay, thank you.
Of course.
Thank you.
We already did, we don't need another vote, right? Can we already vote?
Alderman Beatty?
Did you hear that, Madam Secretary?
Yep, as amended, yeah.
Go ahead.
Yes.
Alderman Bevan? Alderman Casey?
Yes.
Alderman Federico?
Yes.
Alderman Fowler?
Nope.
I'm sorry? Alderman Healy?
Yes.
Alderman Jenkins? Alderman Marlowe?
Yes.
Alderman Mulrennan? Alderman Pacelli?
Yes.
Alderman Smith? Alderman Vitro?
Yes.
Alderman Vitale?
Yes.
Alderman Willis? 11 yes, 3 no.
11 yes, 3 no. The motion passes. The next ordinance, Alderman Pacelli.
An ordinance adopting Chapter 14, Motor Vehicles and Traffic, Article 5, Automated Traffic Enforcement Safety Devices, Sections 14-60 through 14-71.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
Motion has been made and seconded. Is there any discussion? Alderman Healy. Nobody over there.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I did have contact with the city attorney's office relative to this matter, and a modification was made which was distributed this evening to the members of the Board of Aldermen concerning section 14-60, use of automatic traffic safety devices. And you can see, if everyone has their copy, what's been redlined and what has been substituted in its place. But it's to ensure that the underlying enabling legislation from the Public Act is codified into the city ordinance. We want to make sure that what has been promulgated at the legislative end through the Public Act is completely adhered to in the implementation if it is approved, and that our ordinance subscribes to all the underlying attributes and requirements of the statute. So it would also require here that there would be a public hearing, and the public hearing would be through the Police Commission, which is the traffic authority designated for the municipality here, and the chief of police and the Police Commission could hold a public hearing on this particular matter so that we have complete public input, and then a plan as to where these devices would be distributed would come before the Board of Aldermen after the comprehensive traffic safety plan is promulgated through the police department and the Board of Police Commissioners with input from the public. So that's where it lies. If the city attorney could comment that this is in conjunction with the enabling legislation and that there are no procedural errors relative to what's been added.
Mr. Chair, through you to Alderman Healy, as proposed, it is entirely consistent with Public Act 23-116, its corresponding section, so no, it's perfectly acceptable.
Then I
It simply restates what the statute requires.
Right. I would make a motion to accept the modified page 1 of this document at section 1460.
Alderman Healy, are you making an amendment?
Yes, I made an amendment to the original that had been submitted in our distribution packages. So I'm making a proposal, the amendment to that under section 14-60, use of automated traffic devices, to, as the city attorney crossed off and read the previous paragraph, and substitute thereto the full text that's highlighted in blue. I mean, I can read it into the record, but we can provide the secretary with a copy, and all the members of the board have a copy.
Any discussion on the amendment? Alderman Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To the proponent of the amendment, then, if this amendment is adopted, the process here is going to be, we would vote in favor of this proposed ordinance, and then there would be a public hearing held on the comprehensive traffic safety plan. That's how I read this?
Yes.
So the hearing that you're contemplating here would not be on this ordinance. It would be on the comprehensive traffic safety plan.
It's one and the same. When you're talking about it, you could have one or the other, but having the public input is what is important, because nothing would happen relative to the ordinance and the implementation of the program without it being approved after the public hearing by the Board of Aldermen and then subsequently submitted to the Connecticut Department of Transportation. The police department could not enact any measure until those parameters are completed.
So you're using the term, the comprehensive traffic safety plan, to be synonymous with this ordinance? They mean one and the same thing?
Mhm.
Okay. And so the process would be, this board would vote on this ordinance as amended, a public hearing would be held, assuming, well, let's assume it both ways. The plan is, well, I don't know what it would be. What would happen, under this, what would happen after the public hearing?
Well, after the public hearing, the comprehensive traffic safety plan and the members thereof, which have been identified in your package, would come together. They'd integrate the information relative to what's been received from the public, and the comprehensive plan would be one in which we're talking about implementing traffic safety devices, automated traffic safety devices at intersections that the police department has studied and that people from the public have brought forward and said that there's concerns relative to red light violations or speed violations or pedestrian related. And then the police department would also implement a program to inform the public and educate the public relative to these. There would be signage that would be placed in these locations where the automated safety devices would be, deployed. There would be
That's not quite, I guess my question might not have been as clear as it could have been.
Yeah.
So if we pass this ordinance with this amendment, there's then a hearing on this ordinance, and say there's no changes to the ordinance, none. Would it then yet again come back before us and we would vote on it again?
What would change possibly would be the comprehensive,
But
plan.
there's no change at all.
Right.
Not a-
It would come back to us again because it requires us to do that after, we have the public hearing, the final plan is submitted for our approval, and then it would go to DOT for their review for compliance with the statutory requirements.
So whether or not there are any changes to the plan, it comes back to us?
Yes.
All right, and so who, under this contemplation, who holds that public hearing? This board?
It would be, what's stated in the ordinance now is that it would be the police commission, because the police commission is the traffic authority under the statute for the state of Connecticut. And they would hold that particular public hearing at a suitable time and place.
If I may, I'd just like to insert myself here, and no disrespect towards any of the conversation going back and forth, but I feel as though some of these questions should be directed to the city attorney, answering what we're having a hearing on, when, what's going to happen, and then what's going to happen. I know that you're Paul, you're reading what's here, but two things. One, I'd love to hear from Chief Mello and his group about what they're actually planning on doing, and then maybe get into some of the weeds of exactly how we're going to codify that later. And I also think it's appropriate to hear from the city attorney as to what some of these words mean and what the structure would be if, in fact, we're literally taking this from an enabling statute. I'm not in a position to answer all those questions. Alderman Healy has a little bit more knowledge based on the work he's done today on that, but I think it would be great to hear from Chief first, and then maybe we get into all this after, just a recommendation or a suggestion. Thank you.
Chief Mello, would you like to come up and put a little light on this?
Would you like me to detail some of the plan, or would you prefer me to respond to questions? I'm sorry, I can't hear.
Yeah, you just go over this as far as how it should be, and the steps that should be taken.
So there, 2316 was approved last year by the legislature, and this isn't something new. This is in 19 states, including the District of Columbia. Connecticut's a little bit late into the game, but if you look at the legislative record, they've done a lot of research and learned from best practices. So we looked at that once that statute, or excuse me, that public act was passed. We start taking a look at our traffic safety plan, which we do on a regular basis, and looked at where some challenge locations were. We examined the criteria that was in the statute, which is very specific in many areas. And so, in keeping in line with the guidance document that was part of that packet, including the checklist that indicates the steps, we developed our comprehensive traffic safety plan. We used data that was publicly available on the state website. We collected our own data, and we used third parties for some additional data, keeping in mind the requirements under the bill. We established 7 locations, which has been expanded to 10. I've given you a new copy, and we've added 3 school zones that fit the criteria. The first phase was to go in front of the local traffic authority, our police commission, and ask them if a public meeting, a meeting that was noticed, if they would approve. They looked at the comprehensive traffic safety plan with the understanding that it may change based upon what we learned in our public hearing, or it may not. That was approved unanimously, and that was approved on October 15th and October 16th. I emailed to all of you a copy. It's been 22 days, and I've invited all of you to contact me and made myself available days, nights, weekends, and had some really great conversations with you folks, and certainly entertain any conversations you want to have in the future. We felt that the logical order was to do what the document suggests, doesn't mandate, but suggests. We reached out to other municipalities who have already done this and already submitted their plan, and followed the same steps they followed. The next step was to bring it, actually my first step was to have conversations with the mayor. Once the mayor approved it, bring it in front of the Board of Police Commissioners, the local traffic authority. But you're the legislative council, legislative leaders for the city of Milford. I need to know what you want to do. There's a lot of work that went into this, and there'll be more work. But I'm not going to fill this rotunda with a public meeting and have you come by and say, what's the chief doing in there with all these people? We didn't even approve that. So that's why it's here. The ordinance is being submitted to you. I appreciate the amendments. I think there's certainly a great idea to kind of restate what's already in the statute itself, in the legislation. If you decide to pass this ordinance with the criteria that's clearly outlined in the statute, and based upon the recommended locations that we have in the comprehensive traffic safety plan, then we'll move forward with the public hearing. If you decide not to pass it, then we'll move on to something else, and continue to find ways to try to impact what is a significant problem, what is a public safety problem. And we can talk more about that, and I'd like to talk more about that. I know it's getting late, but I'd be happy to. The listening session, or excuse me, the public hearing, I think it's a great idea to put it in front of have it done in front of the Board of Police Commissioners. I'd like to do it in this room. I'd like to present the plan to the public. You folks, whether you're welcome to come, and I would encourage folks to come, and we will likely learn something. Those that will speak in opposition, there'll be some that maybe will speak in support, and the plan may or may not be modified. Once that plan is modified, we'll take that information, we'll finalize the comprehensive traffic study, and there's other work we have to do. If you really dig in to get granular in this, before we submit this application, we have to study the demographic data, and we have to list that to make sure that it's equitable. We also have to provide map overlays with locations and locations of signs. More specifically, if we're going to go to focus on red lights, then we have technical information that we got to provide for each of those traffic control signals. Sequencing, phasing, cycling, timing. Those are things we need if it's on a state road. we have to look at whether or not there's been any alterations to the lighting, to the backdrop within the last 12 months, or there's plans to do it within the next 12. Because then it won't be approved. So some of these state roads may not be approved. Once that information is compiled and that entire plan is completed, we'll be back here, and it's required by legislation. We'll submit the plan to you, we can discuss it, you can debate it, and if you accept that plan as required by the legislation, then it goes up to the Department of Transportation. They have 60 days to decide whether they want to accept all of it, part of it, or reject, or none of it. If they do, then there's an implementation process. We have to select the vendor. I believe our purchasing requirements require that we go to RFP. And so we'll go to RFP. I think the only time we won't go to RFP if there's only a sole source, only one vendor that can provide that solution. But I know there's more than one vendor because we've done our homework. We'll go to RFP, we'll put the requirements in, and I can speak to some of the things that were said earlier regarding whether third party involving themselves in law enforcement, security of data, those kind of things. I can speak to all that. We can be here for hours if you'd like. Once we do that, and once we select the vendor will build out the infrastructure based upon what is approved by you folks for the Comprehensive Traffic Safety Plan, what's approved by DOT. They'll start testing, they'll do calibration. As Alderman Healy mentioned, for 30 days prior, we have to do an educational campaign. This is about changing behavior. There was someone here that I thought that appreciated what she said about changing behavior through education or through punitive fines. That's how our system's built. We can talk about that in the history why we issue fines, why you issue fines, or enact legislation that ordinances that issue fines. We'll go through the education campaign, which will be pretty robust. And then when we go live for 30 days, we'll issue nothing but warnings. The legislation doesn't allow us to give any tickets or warnings under 10 miles an hour. It's our policy that we do 11 and over. And we will determine what those thresholds are going to be, knowing that they can't be under 10. For the first 30 days, we'll issue warnings. After that, any violators that are captured will receive a $50 civil fine or $75 for any subsequent offenses. I want to point out that when you look at traffic stops by police officers, that's an infraction. That's double, triple, quadruple what these fines are. Goes to the Centralized Infractions Bureau. Your insurance company's aware of it, and motor vehicles is aware of it. These aren't. These are civil penalties. Fortunately, because they've existed for so long in so many states and cities, we've got considerable historical data to know what the compliance rates are likely going to be on local roads, what the compliance are likely going to be on state roads. So we can measure, the effectiveness of those with some reliability. We know how many people are going to pay the fines based upon historical data, and how many will go to contested hearings. That's another part of the legislation to establish and I've been working with the city attorney to establish a hearing process and arbitrators and how that's going to be managed. I can quickly address why there are outside vendors. There are outside vendors because we're not equipped to install cameras and fix cameras and manage cameras. Our IT isn't equipped to develop software to manage these systems. We don't even collect fines. We don't even collect online payments. Similar to what we do with our police reports, our accident reports, we use a third party to manage those systems. If you want a report from a municipality or a state, you can probably go online and get it. Our parking tickets, you know this because you approved it. In fact, you were the ones that wanted to increase the fines. It came from the mayor's office, the then alderman approved the increase in fines. $50 up to $85. Those fines, those parking tickets are more than this in some instances. You wanted that approved because people weren't complying because the fines were too low. It has worked. The fines, so this third-party vendor will calibrate the equipment, will manage the software. The statute requires that a law enforcement officer or someone approved by the State Traffic Commission will manage this. So what happens? There's a screen grab of a license plate that the state owns, that you have on your car. It'll grab that license plate, it'll show the calibration, it'll show the speed, or it'll show the light being red before you enter that intersection. It comes to an officer, the officer will have that on the screen in front of him or her, and will click accepted, which means it was reasonable basis, which is a pretty low bar when you're talking with this digital evidence. And then they'll click, and that'll automatically prepare a summons. So that officer has issued that summons, not the third party. But the third party will then mail that summons out, which is not completed by them, completed by us. If you pay your summons, the data is destroyed within 30 days. If you don't pay and decide to contest it, then that data is evidence, and it has to be there until the hearing is completed and there's a ruling, or there's a collection. We'll know whether, and let me just give you a couple examples. We're using third party for our cloud. We're all using third party for our cloud servers. Body cams, dash cams, video evidence. That's managed by Axon, is it Axon? No, what's it called? OnCloud? No, I'm sorry. What's that service called? Evidence.com, thank you. They had to stay all night just to remind me of that, so I appreciate it. Evidence.com, managed by a third party. The service, there's a server I think in LA and a server somewhere in some rural area in Illinois. That data is managed by them. When we do DNA, there's a third party doing DNA. We don't have anything to do with our parking tickets. We don't collect payments, we don't do anything with it. And this is similar to that. And so I understand there may be some distrust about what happens to that data. But I can tell you, we can't see what happens to the data because we can see it on the screen. When we have all this body cam and dashboard cameras, there's a records of retention law. We know the law tells us how long we can keep this stuff. Nobody was going to violate the law. I don't think these third-party companies are going to violate the law because they're in the process of making money, and they're not going to continue to stay in business if they violate the law. But there isn't a checks and balances on that. If I pull up on my computer, I can see everything on evidence.com. I can see all that video evidence. And I know that in 90 days, the law requires that it be deleted, unless it's been categorized for something else to be held like as evidence or something. And I can see if they're not there. I usually get an email, IT gets an email and it says they've all been deleted. We can go in and look at that. We'll see them there. We do the same, and even we do the same thing with other areas of records retention that are automatically deleted, that are held by outside vendors. And so I just wanted to comment on that and hopefully reassure some of you that I am not concerned. I've been doing this for 4 decades. I'm not overly concerned, and I'm concerned about a lot, but I'm not overly concerned with these private vendors holding our data. That's what cloud storage is. We couldn't afford Milford. It would be very expensive if we were going to hold the massive amounts of data that we have. So I think there's some checks and balances there. I described I can go into detail if you wanted me to describe locations and why we chose those locations. I gave you all that data. Can I just say one thing too, just preemptive? I gave you a copy of our strategic plan. I don't normally do that. That's an internal document. I thought that I would provide some additional information. I listed the 6 challenges facing law enforcement. That's what we do. And we've been pretty good at reading the tea leaves. And so these are the challenges facing law enforcement impacting public safety. I thought because you had already worked on the ordinance, which was phase 1, phase 2 by statute had to go in front of you for aldermanic approval, legislative approval. But I thought for informational purposes I would share the rest, because I will at some point likely be looking for funding for some of these things. But I'm not prepared to talk about anything else in here. When and if we do that, I'll give you a really nice presentation and be prepared with visuals to kind of help you better understand. So I really would just like to focus on what's in phase 2 and supported by Appendix B. And I'm happy to answer any more questions in more detail if you'd like.
Alderman Federico.
Mr. Chairman, thank you, through you to Chief Mello. I really appreciate you bringing this to us. And I think there's a lot of things that require heavy consideration, right? Public safety, huge concern. Citizens have raised concerns about privacy. You know, that's another large concern.
Sure.
At this point, I've received a handful of emails. We had a handful of speakers here tonight. I guess my question is, I know the order that you laid things out for us, the steps would be to have a public hearing after we pass this ordinance. I want to know, would there be harm in having the public hearing first and then the ordinance? Because I'd really like to hear from the public on something this big before we pass it.
Sure. This is what I think is the logical sequence. This is the sequence that's been followed by others. I need to know that you want this, because I don't want to do any more work on this. I have other things I should be doing. There's a lot of work that's gone into this, a lot of work by my staff. If you don't want this, if you don't support this, then I'll move on to something else. But I won't know that unless I come forward. And let me just, if I could, just, if you don't mind, respectfully, give you some advice. You're going to hear from people that don't want this. The same way when we stop somebody, nobody wants a ticket and nobody wants to get arrested. But we've got to be the adult in the room and make the decision and say, no, this is for public safety. This is so you will change your behavior. Here's the stories you need, here's the conversations and the stories you need to remember. How many times have you driven on that post road or these roads, especially post 2020, and I'm talking, this is more recent, where somebody's going flying past you, somebody's driving aggressively and recklessly, and they're cutting in and cutting out. They're tailgating you because they want you to move over because you're not going fast enough. How many times have you yourself been in fear of the way you're driving because there's been near misses? Or you go through an intersection and you watch somebody fly through. How many times have you gone and stopped at a green light and waited, and somebody, I look both ways when somebody mentioned, I count to 5 before I drive. You shouldn't have to do that. We've increased our traffic enforcement by 33% in the last 12 months and 93% in the last 24 months, and we still haven't made a dent. It still hasn't gone down. Listen to the people that you know that have talked to you about, boy, it's getting really dangerous out there. Boy, these car takeovers and these kids that are driving this way, or these stolen cars. All those things that you hear, the number one complaint in Milford is speeding. The number one. I get it, you know that. I get that all from you. I'm responding to these people. I'm not looking for revolution. This is evolution. And so, listen, when I've talked to people, when I say we're thinking, I don't want that. My own police, I don't want that. Because everyone's thinking, well, let's be honest, that's going to catch me. It probably isn't. Because you're probably, look down at your speedometer when you're driving on the post road, or you're driving in front of a school on Orange Avenue, or down Gulf Street, or on Merwin Avenue. You're probably not doing 11 miles over the speed limit. And those people that are, they need to be reminded. And also, what's also important to this system, it's far less, it's a less financial hit, but enough, I think, to make an impact. There's conspicuous signs on either side. In fact, if you look at the statute, if you really dig deep, we have to notify the mobile vendors like Waze and Google Maps, because modern nav all has that built in there, so people are warned that there's a speed zone. We have to do that because it's about educating people. And we know that the compliance rate, based upon historical data in other states, is 90% on local roads and 70% on state highways. So there will be people. Probably the vocal minority will come out and say, I don't want this because I don't want to get stopped. Look, I have children, I have a granddaughter. I don't want my boys getting tickets. My granddaughter's only 9, so she's not driving, but she's in a car. But I'd rather them say, well, I got a $50 ticket if it changes their behavior. This is about public safety. There are technologies out there and we should be leveraging technologies to do this job. Because I will tell you this, you can put a police officer, if you could put a police officer at every location, at every date and time where a violation is likely to occur, you still couldn't do what these can do. You just couldn't. And it's not practical to do that anyways. So while we'll have a public hearing, here's what I want out of the hearing. I want to know that people, because I know what they're going to say, and they're going to say, well, I want it here. I mean, you heard a few people already talk about speeding and driving behaviors. I want it here, or I don't want it here. Now, I think if Gulf Street comes out in mass, and says, don't put that on there, well, then maybe we need to listen to them. But I don't think they will, because Gulf Street is the most complained about area in the city. And if Karen Fortunati was here, she'd be telling you. She talked to us all the time. She was thrilled when these cameras are going in. You shouldn't have to worry about, your kids out driving. You shouldn't have to worry about being struck by a motorist or going through a crosswalk. And we have the technology to do that. And you may be worried about technology. I get it. Many, many years ago, when everybody started putting cameras on intersections and on highways, and people have them on their houses and they show the road, everybody had a video camera. I had those concerns as well, but they're ubiquitous. So I think we've got to be cautious about if enough people come out and say they're against it and say, well, then we don't want it. That's why, that's why I think this makes logical sense. Do you, as the legislative leaders, want this? And do you want to pass an ordinance? If you do, we'll go to the hearing. If you find that you hear enough in the hearing that you don't feel you can support this, then you don't vote for the plan. And we'll do our work. We'll bring it forward to you, probably in December or January, and just say, I've changed my mind. The ordinance doesn't do anything unless the rest of those steps are followed.
So the ordinance is pretty specific about amounts of fines and other things. Could those change after as well? I mean, if you come to us with the plan, and the plan, matches this, and we say we think this fine is too high or too low.
Sure. Once the plan is submitted and the state approves it, the only way to change the plan, and Alderman Healy brought that up, would be to go through the same process all over again. In fact, you have to renew it every 3 years. You have to go through the process every 3 years. 18 months after you implement it, after you go live, we've got to report to the state, and there's many criteria that we have to report, and then every year thereafter with additional criteria. So there are a lot of checks and balances on this. This wasn't haphazard. Look, it passed our state legislature overwhelmingly. And I think when you look at the legislative history, you'll see that there was a lot of debate. Privacy concerns were considered. That's why I think you have such such a strong retention period. Instead of 90 days, which would be normal under most video technology, this is 30, or the life of the case. But you certainly, you can't go over, but you can go under. I would like to be heard on that. I think it's important that the fine is significant enough it will change behavior. Go back to the parking tickets. You brought to me, I think maybe the mayor brought to me, but you folks brought to me and said, hey, nobody cares about these parking tickets. They're not enough. So let's make them $50 and then $85 for other offenses. So we did, and it worked. Thank you.
Any more discussion on the motion? Alderman Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To the chief then, again, getting back to the hearing that is being proposed to be held by the Police Commission on the plan. What is the plan, Chief? In your mind, you're going to hold a hearing on the plan. When you hand that out to people who come to the hearing, what are you going to be handing out? This ordinance?
Well, I wasn't going to hand anything out. I was going to present. But I could certainly hand the comprehensive traffic safety plan, because the ordinance is driven by the statute. The ordinance doesn't give you any additional information about where they're going to go, or right now how much you're going to charge. It lays out the statutory steps. It lays out the due process piece. It lays out retention. The plan, the comprehensive traffic safety plan, is based upon an analysis that directs where these are going to go, or recommends where they're going to go. And so that plan will be part, along with the ordinance, along with the minutes from the meeting of the public hearing, along with the completed application, will be submitted to the state. But the plan here, and what people want to know, is what's this mean for me? Where's it going to go? What are the fines? What are the, why here? And we'll be prepared to tell them that. They'll be because comprehensive traffic safety plan is going to show you data and what we think we need to do to kind of address those problems. But I imagine folks are going to want to know, why my street? And why not another street? And we'll talk about the fact that the guidance directs us to school zones, pedestrian zones. It directs us to business districts, high volume areas, high traffic volume areas, areas that have an accident history, and what that accident history is, and a series of violations. And they want to make sure that there isn't any type of discriminatory or bias built in as to where we establish these. And so we'll share the demographic data. All those things that aren't part of the ordinance but are part of the comprehensive traffic safety plan, and then the application.
So you've mentioned it again, those things that are not part of the ordinance but are part of the comprehensive traffic safety plan.
Right.
That comprehensive traffic safety plan, is that different than the strategic plan that you gave to us?
It's in there, and if you look at the, I put a table of contents in here, or contents in here, and if you're under Appendix B, the first item is Comprehensive Traffic Safety Plan. I've given you an updated copy of that plan. That plan may or may not change based upon what we learned at the public hearing. I mean, people have a right to be heard, and I want to hear what they have to say as well. And I want the opportunity to explain to them why we're doing this. All we're looking to do is keep people safe.
Okay, that's helpful. So this Appendix B is the comprehensive traffic safety plan on which you would envision the Milford Police Commission holding a public hearing. That's the document of which this ordinance will be a part.
Right. Anyone that well, no, the ordinance isn't part of the comprehensive traffic safety plan. If you look at the ordinance, right, the statute, the bill, 23-16, it talks about what has to happen. You have to pass an ordinance. You have to have a public hearing. And the locations have to be established by the comprehensive traffic safety plan. And there's criteria built in, and it's data-driven. So if somebody comes to the ordinance, or excuse me, the public hearing, and I present where we're putting this and why, and what this means, and I'll go over what the fines are and how to contest it, and the fact that there had to be approval, the legislative approval, and then DOT approval. If somebody wants to talk about the ordinance, we'll talk about the ordinance. I mean, this is a public meeting, is it not? I mean, it's been noticed. People know they could come here. Some did. I mean, the mayor, I think, did a press release, so people knew it was here. We've heard from people that knew this was going to be tonight. They have an opportunity to come here and talk about the ordinance and talk about this plan, your adoption or denial of this. But for the purposes of this, and if you look on page, the state law is 19 pages. If you look on page 16 of 19, section 17, the municipality's plan concerning the use of automatic traffic safety devices shall be identify the proposed locations, and it goes on to say, the municipality shall conduct a public hearing regarding any such plan prior to submission and a vote by the legislative. I mean, it doesn't, I know you're looking for more specificity, but...
No, I'm just trying to understand how this process is going to work. If you hold
Sure.
that hearing, then this comprehensive traffic safety plan is then going to come back before us?
Exactly.
And then we'll vote on it or not, or change it or not?
Right. You may decide, I want modifications to that. You have the total authority to say, I want to change the locations. I would come back to say it needs to be supported by the data according to the statute, or I don't want the fines to be 50, I want them to be $5. There are things you have discretion on, and there's things that you don't, and the things you don't are listed in the bill.
And then once we vote on the comprehensive traffic safety plan, after you have this hearing, it then goes to the Department of Transportation?
Yes.
And if they change it, we get to vote on it again?
No, because what they'll do, it depends, right? If they deny our application in its entirety, then we have to start over. But if they say, likely what they'll say, and I've seen a denial recently from another municipality, they'll say, we need more data. There's information, we have to dissect this plan, and we have to provide narrative and statistical data for each location, very specific, demographic information for each location, technical data for the traffic control signals, All that's going to be in the application. So the application will have more specificity to it. They may come back and say, not enough data, which is what they did with this other municipality. We need more narrative. Or we may find out we're not putting traffic signals on the post road because they have been changed, altered in the last year, or they may be altered in the upcoming year. And we're aware of what all those criteria are. We're examining it now, looking through it now.
The 10 locations, you said you've got 10 locations now. What are they?
Sure. So if you look in your document, they're in there in the comprehensive traffic safety plan. But let me give you those locations. For speed cameras, we're looking at Boston Post Road by the mall. We're looking at Bridgeport Avenue by Boston Post Road. We're looking at Merwin Avenue by Live Oak School. We're looking at Orange Avenue at some point, and we haven't picked the exact location yet. We'll wait to our hearing because that's a little more residential. But we're concerned about the complaints we're getting at Orange Ave School by the parents. We're also looking at Gulf Street. Gulf Street is the most complained about and most studied area in Milford, and the violations are significant. You know, you've heard me talk about this before. I've been talking about speeding and the extent of speeding. I talked about it at the police commission meeting. We've talked about trying to re-engineer Gulf Street because they're flying. We've issued more tickets on Gulf Street than we've issued anywhere else. So in Gulf Street, also, it should have been and it will be likely designated as a school zone because the academy's there. It should have been, it never was. We didn't realize that, but we think that's important. And the folks really, some don't like the police there, and some don't like the speed, the flashing light there, but most of them do. And so those are the areas that we'll hit for speeding. Red light locations will be East Town Road and Boston Post Road. Cedarhurst and the Post Road. I mean, we had a fatality there about a year and a half ago, speeding. North Street and the Boston Post Road and Orange, that twin light area. Bridgeport Avenue and by exit 34, that area as well.
The number has gone from 7 to 10. Do you envision it being increased anymore during this process?
That's a good question. I would say no, only because I think we're at capacity right now. I mean, if you look in the plan, at some point we're going to need additional staff to manage that. And that'll be funded by the fines that are collected, the same way the cameras will be paid for by the fines that are collected. But so I think we're at capacity, plus I think we need to kind of, walk a little before we run. If we do a real evaluation after 12, 18 months, which we are required after 18 months, and we decide we want to add more, we'll have to go through this process all over again. But we may. I mean, I know we've already heard from people like, why not my neighborhood? In fact, one of the reasons that we've added these streets is we heard from folks that said, hey, it's bad out here. So we went and we took additional measurements and said, yeah, it is. Let's do something.
You mentioned that the data would be destroyed within 30 days when this vendor eventually gets hold of the data. That's not in the ordinance anywhere.
It's in the statute. John, is it in the ordinance? It is in the ordinance, okay.
It's in the proposed ordinance that the vendor will destroy all data within 30 days?
I've also, if I could, I gave you a model policy in there that's in our policy as well. We have our own audit track, and we talked about, I had a conversation with you, and I appreciate you bringing that up. We talked about how to best do that, and that is that we can see all the data. We can see what's deleted, so if for some reason the vendor didn't follow the law, we would see that and be able to correct that.
And I may have missed it. Could you just point me to where in the ordinance it says that the vendor is going to destroy within 30 days all the data?
Mr. Chair, through you to Alderman Smith, section 14-70 is disclosure of personally identifiable information. That language follows the model privacy and protocol procedure. Subsection A says no personally identifiable information shall be disclosed by the city or a vendor to any person or entity. And then subsection B, no personally identifiable information shall be stored or retained by the city or vendor unless such information is necessary for the charging, collection, enforcement of fines. And then subsection C says that the city or vendor shall destroy all personally identifiable information and other data that specifically identifies a motor vehicle and relates to a violation of this ordinance not later than 30 days after any fine is collected or the resolution of a hearing conducted for the alleged commission.
Well, I see that one, C in particular, talks about after there has been a violation. What about the data that's collected that results in no violation?
There is
no data.
Okay.
The cameras are triggered by a violation. There's no data. If you drive like I do and you're always under 10 miles within the speed limit, they'll never know. They'll never see a Jets fan.
So the vendors don't have any information other than these, well, you have to call them purported violations if somebody contests them. But
remember something about...
That's the resolution component of the ordinance. If there are defenses to it.
There are plate numbers. We have the access to collect, to get the information of who owns the car. The reason it talks about personal identifiable information is it deletes all your credit card information if you choose to pay it online. If you mail it in, that's one thing, but we have access to collect that shows who drives the cars, but it's the same way when we do radar. Radar is looking at every single one of your plates. It isn't until you lock that radar in that it's going to grab your information.
all right, and then on the, what if the vendor doesn't do this?
If we find they're out of violation, well, then they're violating the law. We'll notify them that it needs to be deleted and then report them to this went through 2 committees. It went through Transportation and Appropriations. So there are committees that oversee, including the DOT, that oversee this process that we have to report to. If you look deep into the statute, we'll report it to them. I'd be very shocked if it happened, but if it does, we have an obligation to make sure that material is deleted, even though it's relatively useful, or useless rather, to the vendor, at least in terms of the plate numbers. But that would be our process.
But what happens to the vendor if they don't?
That would be up to the legislature. There's no sanctions from us. We'd probably be looking for a new vendor, I would assume. That vendor may be taken off the list. So if you look at the statute, it allows us to enter into agreements with the vendor. That agreement has to be sent to the state. That's part of the overall proposal. We know that there's only a small number of vendors that do this nationwide. I haven't heard of anything where they're violating people's rights and violating the law. I would think, there's some pretty smart people at the legislature and pretty smart people that run these other states. I don't think they'd be in business if they were violating. And to what end would somebody want to keep your plate number? Especially when your plate number is publicly available to anyone that wants it.
All right, and in this statute, in this ordinance, is there a requirement that the vendor be selected by RFP? You mentioned the city's policy, but in this ordinance, does it require that the vendor selection be by RFP?
I don't believe it does. We use the city's purchasing ordinance, purchasing requirements. There'd be probably no other way. And we designed the program with the expectation that the costs are paid up front, or that we don't have to pay the costs up front, that it's funded in accordance with the statute. And we will choose a vendor that can best do that for us. So the RFP, there's still discretion involved. It's just you have to meet those criteria. But that's what we would do. We don't select vendors unless there's a sole source. If there's only one vendor that can do this, and it's on government contract, then we would take them off government contract. The GSA, for lack of a better term, which is part of the city's.
But if I could, to the city attorney, how would the RFP process, would this be required to be done pursuant to
RFP?
Assuming it meets a certain dollar threshold, which I assume it will require some sort of public procurement. The only other alternative, obviously, is if vendors have participated in other public procurement and they're on some sort of state portal list and they could provide unit pricing. But to answer your question, I think in terms of violation of contract and law, I can assure you we will comply with the procurement laws that exist within our current statutory framework, but I expect that a contract will be provided and will more than likely come back to this board because knowing that there's software and data and all this stuff, that there will be mutual indemnification agreements contained therein. And anytime there's an indemnification where the city is indemnifying the party to whom we're contracting with, it's my policy, my office's policy to bring it back to this board because indemnification, by definition, is a potential future financial expense to the city. So bring it back to this board for approval. In that, you would see what would be a breach if they didn't comply with the statutory mandates, if they didn't comply with law, and you get your answers there. But I can assure you that the procurement of any particular vendor will adhere to the law.
Chief, in the plan, you've got certain financial projections, $4 million, another $2 million, $6 million. Could you just walk through how you came up with those? Those are fantastic numbers.
So I'm taking the aggregate and coming up with 4.1 plus. But you've done the math and you can see
when you say 4.1, you mean 4.1 million?
Million.
Yeah.
You've done the math and you can see it's more than that. And so those projections were based upon a 70% compliance rate historically on state roads and 90% compliance rate on local roads. So we're focusing on state roads for the compliance because we don't even include the local roads in that piece. And so when we assume those compliance rates and we assume everyone's a first offense, and those compliance rates are usually after about 6 months. It's different in the beginning. If everyone's a first offense and we're dealing with those numbers, based upon the data we have, that's the number of the revenue is going to be generated. I looked at a town not too close to here, same size. They project their revenues publicly to be $6 million. I'm not looking at it as revenue. That's not what's driving this. What's driving this is public safety. Fines are collected because there's consequences to breaking the law, especially when you can hurt somebody. You hope that the people pay attention to the signs, pay attention to our media campaign, and you hope they just slow down. But if you don't, for that 10% here by the schools, where all our kids are, and the 30% in our shopping districts, where most of you are, and that's the projections based upon that.
And how can that 4.1 million or whatever the number is be spent?
The statute specifies what it can be spent for. It first is spent to fund the program, and that would be to pay the cost of the infrastructure, the cameras, which are owned by whatever vendor puts them in. That'd be part of the procurement process or proposal that they take that money to pay for those costs, those maintenance costs, and it can be used for personnel to manage the program because we will need additional staff at some point as this thing starts to ramp up. And then it can be used for highway infrastructure or highway safety to improve safety on roadways, crosswalks, signaling, things like that.
And I know you didn't want to get into it because it's in the later phases of the project, but you would also envision that money being available for the drone program, should that ever come online, or there's other things?
No, I don't think it's not directly. There's no, LPRs later on, that may be considered a direct expense for highway safety, but I'm not looking at it that way. There'll be, revenues to do those things specified in here, but not directly to pay for the drone program.
So if there's a limit on the things that this money can be spent on, and if $4 million is even close to what it is, I see numbers in here that talk about a few $100,000 a year in cost for personnel and things like that.
Sure.
Is that about right?
It is. And if I could just, I think I know what you're asking. There has to be a due process system. And I work with the city attorney to develop a system where arbitrators are identified and hired. How you decide to do that, whether it be a per diem or whether it be somebody that you hire full time. We know, based on what we see in other states, that 80 of the people, of that 30% and that 10% after 6 months that don't comply, 80% of the people will pay the fine historically. Of that remaining 20% that don't pay, a little more than 1% will want a contested hearing. And then the other 18.5 will likely go into collections. And I'll leave that to the city attorney to explain. But there will have to be a cost to pay arbitrators, and if the city attorney or the mayor want to speak to that.
Yeah, I would be interested, because if your numbers are right and 1% is the challenge rate on 83,000, it's something like, on an annual basis, 800 challenges. That means 800 hearings, and we're going to have, you called them arbitrators. I assume that's going to be local lawyers who are going to be selected to do this, and they're going to have to be paid, right? And that money will come out of the program, but could you just explain how that's going to work? Over 800 hearings are going to be held on an annual basis? Just using these numbers.
Mr. Chair, through you to Alderman Smith, the statute requires that a citation hearing process be created under Connecticut General Statute 7152C, I believe. That statute indicates that the chief elected official of the municipality has to appoint a hearing officer. The use of the word arbitrator, a hearing officer or hearing officers have to be appointed by the mayor. Clearly, if the volume is as suggested, we'll have to figure out what the market is and account for it. And the cost of the program hopefully will offset that. But certainly, there is a cost involved. I anticipate, if this board approves this ordinance, we have a public hearing, the comprehensive traffic safety plan is then presented to this board, and this board approves the plan, and we check off a laundry list of check boxes before the chief submits all of the requisite data, which are those three things, which is an ordinance, the agenda, minutes from the public hearing, who was there, who was in favor, who was opposed, the minutes, and the adoption of the comprehensive traffic safety plan. It's submitted to the state. Once we get that, we'll go through the procurement of the vendor for the cameras, and then we will figure out the appointment of hearing officers, which I agree will be local lawyers. You and Mr. Casey, Mr. Baselli are interested. Happy to put a good word in. But we'll have to, flesh that out as it comes, but that's the anticipation. The good news is we're not the first municipality that's done this. There are many that are ahead of us. I know that Stratford passed an ordinance in July, so I anticipate that their traffic safety plan is either on its way to submission to the state. New Milford passed theirs in February, Middletown in March, Stamford in May, Hamden in August, New Haven in May, Greenwich in May, and Weathersfield in March.
Which also means that we don't have any data. I mean, these are all new programs. So
The statute was just enacted last, in 2023.
Right. But I mean, you've mentioned all those towns have just initiated their programs. We can't look at their data and say, this is how many hearings we expect. Or
Yeah, I mean, it's the same thing with the projections and the fines. We can take data and try to extrapolate what it may be, but
don't forget, we have 19 states in the District of Columbia that are already doing this, so we can look at their data and assume that, especially if we see consistency across those 19 states, I think it's safe to assume that Connecticut would likely be the same, not similar, if not the same.
Right, and that's why you've done your projections here. And we talked about this before. Of this $4 million that's going to be raised, how much of that is going to be done is going to be raised from Milford residents, in your
I don't
estimation?
know. And the one thing about this program, which is really important, and one of the reasons that traffic stops are down is police officers are more reluctant because they're often accused of biased treatment, and that's difficult for officers. There's no biased treatment here with cameras, especially if we install these cameras in areas that we've already measured the demographics. We know what the residential and business makeup is from the census. That's part of the requirements in the plan, along with some others. And so anecdotally, we know that local roads are frequented by local folks. And we know that when we look at our stop stats and we look at accidents on Route 1, it's very, very transient. In fact, during peak times, some residents stay off those roads. Because people are, there's a lot of shopping and entertainment down there. But I don't know what it's going to be, and I'm not even really concerned with what it is, because I don't want to ever appear to be focusing on one segment of the other, to the other. But I could give you that data once we get this thing up and running. And remember, you approve it, you can stop at any time. And if you don't like the results of the data, then you just pull your approval.
Right.
Mr. Chairman, if I might, at this point, I'd just like to speak to this particular matter relative to, I know Alderman Smith spoke earlier at the ordinance section, talked about fines, talked about the RFP, talked about audits, talked about penalties for noncompliance by the vendors with the strict codes that might be required in terms of performance measures. Also talked about priority data, that being destroyed after 30 days. I think a lot of this information has been addressed by the chief. I've taken the time to go thoroughly through the comprehensive plan and appreciate what the chief and the members of his department have put together for us and shared that with us. And I think that as we've indicated, we passed this ordinance, we're going to be able to look at the final comprehensive plan and get the public input. And certainly, we're not afraid of the public input, because the public input, as the chief has defined, and as we've heard, there might be some people who say, I don't want to get stopped, or that's not what the program is about. The program is about changing vehicular behavior habits based on drivers. And how are we doing that? We're identifying specific areas based on the criteria that's in the statute. And the statute requires that they're selecting areas where there have been high levels of accidents or recidivist offenses. So, and we'll have plenty of time to look at this forward, but I think, the chief has done an outstanding job, members of the department, and I would like to move the question and move this ordinance forward.
Any more discussion on the motion? Let's put this to a vote.
And this is, the motion here is on the amendment that was
This is the amendment first. There's no more discussion on the amendment. All in favor of the amendment? All opposed? Amendment passes unanimously. On the original motion, all in favor?
Mr. Chairman, I have other amendments I'd like to offer to the underlying motion.
Okay. You got another amendment?
Yes. I would like to offer an amendment that reduces the fine from $50 for the first violation to $10, and for subsequent violations to $25.
You heard the amendment. Is there a second? There's an amendment on the floor with a second. Is there any discussion on the amendment?
Yes.
Alderman Healy.
When we look at the comprehensive plan and we look at the cost factors that are involved, and Alderman Smith just went through and asked about the structure relative to hearings and other things that need to be done, and then you're trying to change behavior in a $10 fine, and the chief had, indicated in his previous comments relative to what we did with parking tickets. And here we're talking about, moving violations of much of serious nature, and you want to bring this down to a $10 or $25 fine, which isn't going to incentivize anybody relative to changing behavior, and it's not going to cover the costs for the programs and all the associated administrative costs that go into this. So I think that that should be voted down.
Alderman Marlowe.
Yes, just for clarity with, and maybe to Alderman Smith, is just with that, would that not be discussed when we're talking about the plan? Is what I heard, is when those things, would we want to put that in the amendment, or would we want to discuss that when the plan, so to speak, is discussed at a public hearing? Because you had said, Chief, that was the time, hey, if you wanted to change the fees or whatever, that would be the time to do it. So I just want to make sure process-wise we're looking at this correctly.
We should probably check with the city attorney just to make sure that, that whether that needs to be changed in the ordinance or not. And, John?
My apologies, I was just telling the city assessor. Sorry
Alderman
for,
Marlowe,
we'll get to it. Can you ask that question one more time?
I'm sorry. My question was, Alderman Smith had proposed changing the fees in this, and my question is this the time to do that, or is the time to do that when the plan is brought forth and that's when public discussion is held? And I'm basing that on what the chief had said as far as, hey, if you want to change something, the time to change it is during the plan.
Well, this is, Mr. Chair, through you to Alderman Marlowe, this is the ordinance. The time is now. The plan is the plan. The comprehensive traffic safety plan identifies locations and study and provides data, and that's done by these fine folks. The ordinance is the model ordinance that I've modeled after what the state guidance has given. The fine, as suggested, is no greater than 50 for first and 75. I think the chief could probably speak to it, and I think he has, in terms of the fine is not as punitive as a typical speeding ticket. This is a citation. It's in fact understood. Yeah. But now is the time. The ordinance is before you.
Okay. Then I misunderstood.
I misspoke.
Because I thought we were talking that the plan was when we would make those changes.
Yeah, I misspoke, and that's why I wanted to get clarification. I guess it would be now, it is part of the ordinance and not, the fine is?
Fine is part of the ordinance.
Got it, okay.
Section 1466, that's the fine.
Okay.
Alderman Pacelli.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, through you to Attorney Bertram. We also could be in a position where we pass this in some form today. A hearing takes place, plan is before us, we deal with that, and perhaps someday we even amend the ordinance if we feel so inclined to do so.
You guys are the makers of the laws.
We can do it. Thank you.
So
So it can be dealt with later as well. Thank you.
Alderman Vitale.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, through you. Thank you, Chief, for that excellent presentation. But my opinion to change, a good way to change behavior is hitting somebody in the pocketbook. And so I'm not in agreement by lowering the fines. I think they're fine as they are. And, but, people have got to learn. You could just read the signs, you're going to have enough education, and I think the most powerful piece is the money in the pocketbook. Thank you.
Alderman Jenkins.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, through you. Yeah, I'm in agreement with what Alderman Vitale just said. I think that the fine needs to be adequate at altering behavior, and a piece of anecdotal evidence. I was in Bethesda, Maryland 3 years ago and suffered 2 of these guys. Paid the fine. First one was $40. Second one came 2 days later. It was $80. And when I had to go back again for my daughter's next lacrosse tournament, let me tell you, I stayed below 10 miles an hour. And in talking to the residents there, they know where those cameras are, and they said, don't do it. It changes behavior.
I agree.
Any more discussion on the motion?
Yes, if I could, Mr. Chairman, just, on the changing of the behavior, whether it's $50 or $10, if you get the fine, you're going to get the message. And if this, among my concerns here is that this $4 million is a big number. It's being levied on the backs of, I think in large part, Milford taxpayers. And I see this as a revenue generator at these numbers, which is different than the public safety and trying to get the word out. I see it as akin to a different kind of tax. And it's not, raising $4 million off of this, largely off the taxpayers of Milford, I think is novel, but based on this, I think unwarranted. And I don't, I know that the statute says you can go up to a max of 50 and 75. That doesn't mean that we should or we have to. And if we think that after a year or two or three of data that people are not complying because it's too low, we can increase it. But I would prefer that we start with this new revenue stream from the taxpayers in Milford at a low number, and then if we deem it based on our experience that we have to increase it, that we do, rather than starting at the high number. Because my experience with government is once you get used to the high number and all the revenue coming in, it never comes down. But it can go up. So I think that it's a better place for us to start at the 10 and 25 rather than starting at the maximum of 50 and 75.
We're going to take this for a vote. Voting on the agenda. Item, the amendment, rather. All in favor? Opposed?
This is the amendment.
This is the amendment, yeah.
Which amendment are we voting on? To lower the fine? Thank you. We're voting on to lower the fine.
All in favor? Opposed? Roll call vote, Madam Secretary, please.
Alderman Beatty?
Not with the motion.
No. Okay. Alderman Bevan? Alderman Casey?
Yes.
Alderman Federico?
No.
Alderman Fowler?
Yes.
Alderman Healy? Alderman Jenkins? Alderman Marlowe? No. No. Alderman Mulrennan? Alderman Pacelli?
No.
Alderman Smith? Alderman Vitro? Alderman Vitale?
No.
Alderman Willis? 11 no, 3 yes.
11 noes, 3 yes. The amendment fails. On the original motion. Go ahead.
Any vendor selected under this program to be selected by RFP process.
Everyone hear that amendment? Did everyone hear that amendment?
Discussion?
Any discussion on the amendment?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, the reason I'm offering the amendment is I heard some discussion here today about the city procurement program and potentially some exceptions to that. And I'd like to make sure that if there's a vendor selected for this program, handling this kind of sensitive data, that selection be done by the RFP process.
Alderman Vitale.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you, through somebody. Wasn't that the process that was going to be followed?
We're already going to follow an RFP process.
Point of order we're discussing before it was seconded, unless I missed? Was it seconded?
Yeah, Alderman Jenkins seconded it. Fowler?
Was the
Vitale?
motion, was it seconded? We were discussing it.
Mike Casey then. I heard it over here on the left, so. Any more discussion on the amendment?
I think the point was asked and answered and explained about the RFP and the process before that, and it isn't necessary.
All those in favor of the amendment? Yes. Opposed?
No.
Roll call vote, Madam Secretary.
Alderman Beatty? Alderman Bevan? No. Alderman Casey?
No.
Alderman Federico?
No.
Alderman Fowler?
No.
Alderman Healy? Alderman Jenkins? Alderman Marlowe?
No.
Alderman Morenin? Alderman Pacelli?
No.
Alderman Smith? Alderman Vitro? Alderman Vitale?
No.
Alderman Willis? 13 no, 1 yes.
13 no, 1 yes. Amendment fails. On the original motion. All in favor?
I've got some more discussion, Mr. Chairman, if you don't mind.
Go ahead.
Given the lateness of the hour, and I sense the tenor of the board, that they're not going to be particularly favorable to any more amendments, I hope that at the hearing process, there will be some consideration of requiring some of the things we've talked about tonight, including the requirement of a periodic audit, that penalties be imposed for violations as well. And I understand the assets of it, Chief. I have concerns about privacy in this. I think we're moving forward on something that we don't know much about. Frankly, the idea that we would be having a hearing after we vote on the ordinance does not make any sense to me. We should have the hearing first. We should hear from the public. We should have the opportunity to talk to you and perhaps your professional colleagues in the policing profession at an hour other than midnight. We're not being afforded that. We're being asked to vote on this. I think this is a huge leap forward for the city of Milford. I think it impacts on the character of our community. Having these cameras around, they may be ubiquitous all over town now. We're talking about flooding the zone here with a whole lot more cameras that carry something akin to well, they are fines. And I do think that does degrade the character of our city. So I am going to vote no on this. I will be at that hearing that you've got coming up, and I hope that a fuller discussion of what we're doing, both as to this ordinance and the other sections of the strategic plan, which have their own concerns for me, are more fully fleshed out. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I personally applaud the police department and the chief and the staff for coming up with this. We get millions of complaints about speeding, going through stop signs, you name it. Anything that could certainly deter any of these would be a plus for the citizens of Milford. They're not worried about the fines, they're worried about what's going on in town. They want the safety come back into town. Safety is going away with. Just people are doing it, whatever they feel like doing on the road. This is a step forward into preventing this baloney on the road. There's got to be some kind of teeth put into this prevention of bad driving habits. We're going to vote on the motion. All in favor? Opposed? Roll call vote, Madam Secretary, please.
Alderman Beatty? Alderman Bevan? Yes. Alderman Casey?
Yes.
Alderman Federico?
Yes.
Alderman Fowler?
Yes.
Alderman Healy? Yes. Alderman Jenkins? Yes. Alderman Marlowe?
Yes.
Alderman Morenin?
Yes.
Alderman Pacelli?
Yes.
Alderman Smith? Alderman Vitro? Alderman Vitale?
Yes.
Alderman Willis? 13 yes, 1 no.
13 yes, 1 no. The motion passes. Thank you, Madam Secretary. Alderman Pacelli. I'm sorry, reports of, any reports of standing committees? Hearing none, move on to report of special committees. Any special committee reports? Thank you, Chief, and your staff for
Chair Vitro.
Alderman Moran.
I'd just like to report on the Board of Education as the liaison for that board. We did all receive an email this afternoon regarding the rescheduling of the focus study group in regards to the long-term planning. It's on Monday at 4 o'clock via Zoom, so I just want to bring it to everyone's attention. Some of you, I guess, may have attended it when we were doing the ordinance, but I just wanted to make sure everyone was aware it was for elected officials.
Thank you, Alderman Moran. Any other special committee reports? Alderman Federico.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Sewer Commission met on October 23rd. Just want to report they had no new applications, and they had some lengthy discussion about how to deal with rising costs of our city sewer system.
Thank you, Alderman Federico. Any more special committee reports? Seeing none, executive session. I will entertain a motion. You still up, John? That's good. I will entertain a motion to enter into an executive session. All in favor? Opposed? We're in executive session. In executive session, we're going to have with the mayor and the city attorney and the tax assessor. We are now out of executive session. Alderman Pacelli.
Thank you. Item number 14A, consideration of settlement of Empyrean Hospitality LLC versus City of Milford regarding 190 Old Gate Lane.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Can I have a motion to adjourn? All in favor? Opposed? Meeting adjourned. Thank you, everyone.